Hello! Hello, everybody! Hi! Hello! Hi! Wait, I think this volume might be a little bit low. Give me a second. Thank you. Thank you, Shito. Give my boy, you know who it is. Gimme, 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 gimme. Listen. Listen, listen. 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 I want to do this perfectly so you get to see the boy. You get to see the boy at the opportune moment. And also, I don't know. Does my audio sound okay? I hope it sounds okay. Because this is gonna be the second Mochi. This is gonna be like the third Mochi story time where I use voice mod.
Can't wait for a spinning rat on the stream layout.
A spinning rat on the stream layout? Oh my god, Shito. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes, but yeah, I hope everyone is doing well. I hope my audio is good. I can turn out the music a little if I want. I don't actually. I want to, like, this is just the intro music. This is not the actual game audio. But that said, I hope everyone is doing well, and I'm glad y'all are arrived for Mochi Spooky Time. Because, hey, it is that time of year again. Which just means it's the first time that I'm doing this time of year. Where I play something creepy, or suspenseful, or scary, or all the above. This game is mostly suspense, which honestly I prefer the most. Suspense is one of my favorite genres of emotions to go through in games. And boy, does this game have it in spades. So yeah, so 999, everyone. One of my favorite visual novels of all time. It's so good. I'm so glad I'm gonna be able to do this with y'all. Let's get started, shall we? Let's get started. This game made you cry. It's so good. It got me to question some things about morality and good and evil and all that. It's that foundational of a game for me. But anyway, here we go. Let our game begin. Ha ha ha. So you may be wondering why, or like, this is not the PC version. Well, there's a good reason for that. Well, for one, I don't have the PC version. Actually, there are multiple reasons for that. So I do not have the PC version for one, so that's already one good reason. But the other good reason is actually a stylistic choice, because so as much as I do love the voice acting in the PC version and how like they did make full voiceovers and all that, this game's story really was written with the DS in mind specifically. And that's something that the PC version I do not think translates in the exact same way. Like, there are some story elements that just do not translate as well to the PC version that I think kind of serves it as a bit of a detriment to the story a little bit. So I want to show the story in, like, its original glory. And the other reason is that I developed the achievement set for it on Retro Achievements. So this is not only an advertisement for Retro Achievements, which you should totally do because I am a dev for that. But it's also an opportunity for me to finally master a game that I did development for. So yeah. Legally acquired version. Actually, yes. Omega. This is my archival copy. Because I do own the original game. So, I am completely able to just dump it. And which is something that I have done with a lot of my games, actually. And it's quite nice. It's quite nice indeed. Uh-oh, you're gonna lose service? Oh no! Oh no, Peggle! No! But yes, it is legal. Yes, it counts. It counts. But yes. Alright. So yeah, so what you see here is this is the Retro Achievements menu. I'm doing it in RA-lib Retro. RetroArch. It just kind of stretches, and I don't really like how it looks. So I'm just doing it here. I'm using my I'm doing my setup. Save me! I'm gonna save you! I'll save you, Peckle! Quick! I'll quick. Let me refer to the almighty flowchart, which actually is a thing, and which is actually not a thing in the DS version, unfortunately. That is one improvement the PC version made that the DS version does not have, is the flowchart. So, there's going to be a lot of repeated dialogue that I'm just going to be skipping through. But I think that is fine. You also support emulation of retro titles for legal reasons. You are joking. But hey, yep. Support emulate. I support emulation too. But, you know, legal emulation. But anyway, let's get started. We're creating a new save file here. And yes, yeah, this game is fiction. Just so y'all know, it is fiction. So don't get your don't take it too seriously. But I mean, the story is extremely serious. There is levity in there, to be sure. But you know, this is very much not like, you know. Hi, Key to Truth. I see you there. Also, and yeah, also just look at those production values. A loud noise startled Junpei awake, and his eyes snapped open. As he adjusted to the light, he realized that he didn't recognize his surroundings. Ow! With a crack, Junpei's head connected with something metal. He rolled over and threw his hand to steady himself, but he found himself groping at empty air. His balance lost and his still fuzzy mind struggling to understand what was going on, Junpei tumbled down to the cold gray floor. Oh, God, oh, what the hell? Junpei glared around the room, still trying to determine where he'd woken up. The fall had shaken the last cobwebs of sleep from his mind, and finally he understood where he'd fallen from. It was a bed. A 3-level bunk bed, in fact. Junpei had fallen, apparently, from the topmost bunk. His shoulder hurt, his knee hurt, his hip hurt, his entire body hurt. You could feel a bump forming on his forehead where he'd slammed it against the low ceiling. He wondered if that bump was the reason he felt his vision wavering a bit, but that seemed unlikely. At first, he thought the tremor that ran through his legs was just another effect of his rude awakening, but as he looked around, he realized it was real. The whole room was shaking. Was it an earthquake, he wondered? Didn't seem likely. It was shaking far too quickly for an earthquake. Then again, Junpei had no idea what it was, if not an earthquake. He tried to tell himself it was important. Junpei rubbed the growing bump on his head and gingerly climbed to his feet. His balance regained, he finally took his first good look around the room. And muttered to himself, "Where am I?" His pain momentarily forgotten in the face of the confusion of his circumstances, Junpei looked around the room once again. Minutes passed while Junpei struggled to get his bearings. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, the tremors ceased. A cold silence fell over the room. From somewhere far away, Junpei could hear the sound of metal squeaking. He felt his stomach tighten. There were 1,000 things the sound could have been, but none of the things he could think of were good. In an attempt to distract himself, Junpei looked around the room once more. There was a stove that looked more antique than functional. The 3-level bunk bed had mattresses that were so thin that they were little more than blankets. And on the other side of the room was an identical bed, and set in the wall between the beds was a slightly dirty iron door. First thing Junpei noticed about the door was the number roughly emblazoned across it. On the surface of the door, in red paint, someone had written 5. 5? What's this 5 mean? Suspicious and still utterly confused, Junpei approached the door slowly. Standing, at last, in front of the door, Junpei grabbed hold of the L-shaped handle. A push yielded no movement, and a pull the same result. A few more tries cemented the truth in Junpei's mind. It wouldn't open. It didn't matter how much he pushed and shoved, the handle wouldn't budge. Next to the door was an odd-looking device that reminded Junpei of a card reader. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the odd-looking device was keeping the door shut. Junpei knocked hard on the door. Hey! Hello? Is anyone there? Open the door! There was no response. Junpei threw his left fist into the door and stopped. What the hell is this? He wasn't really sure what else to say. On his left wrist was a bracelet of a sort he'd never seen before. In the center was a large LCD display. It looked like nothing else so much as a watch, but it clearly wasn't that. After all, it showed only a single number. 5. That's the same as the door. True, the numbers were the same, but he had no idea what that might mean. All he knew was that it was strange, and new, and he wanted it off. Junpei flipped his hand over as if to remove a watch, but the other side of the bracelet was solid. No buckle, no clasp, nothing. He sighed and flipped the thing back over. There were a number of rivets around the rim of the face. Perhaps. He pushed them, but nothing happened. On a watch, they might be dials for adjusting date or time, but on this bracelet they did nothing. Junpei was at a loss. What was he going to do? Growing more desperate, he began to tug at it. However... Ah! Damn! It's no good! Damn thing won't come off! The steel ring ran from the face, around Junpei's wrist, and back into the face. He wouldn't be pulling the bracelet off any time in the near future. What the hell is the deal with this thing? Frustration and desperation were beginning to mix as the reality of the situation began to dawn fully on Junpei. So much was happening, and none of it made sense. Junpei felt as though he were about to explode. Where am I? And why the hell am I in here? Why? Why? What the hell happened to me? It was at that moment that he noticed the window. The window was round, rimmed in riveted brass, like a window from an early 20th century ship. What? Wait, am I in a ship? Junpei walked slowly toward the window. You could see nothing beyond it but thick, impenetrable darkness. Junpei squinted, trying to see something. Anything. It was at that moment. What the? Oh, you gotta be kidding me! What the hell is going on here? A crack split the glass of the window, and for a moment Junpei stared at it. Then the window burst, and water began to pour into the room. What the hell? God damn it! Junpei yelled and spun around. His feet slipping on the water already coming through the window, he ran for the door. Hey! Anyone! Is anyone there? Come on, if you're there, say something! There was no reply. As Junpei screamed and pounded on the door, the water began to rise. It was now ankle deep on the floor, and rising quickly toward his knees. Things were not looking good for Junpei. Not good at all. He needed to find a way out, and quickly. Junpei ran a hand across his forehead, brushing the sweat out of his eyes, and looked around the room. Okay, so clearly I have some stuff to, I clearly have chat to catch up with. Oh my goodness. Hello, people who came in. Yeah, it's sorry, Lycoon. Stormblight was serious about that warning. I think even fake spoilers should probably be considered a no-no, so please try to avoid fake spoilers. Or spoilers for, I guess, technically well-known spoilers for other series as well, you know? And also, hi, Paul. Cool to see you here. I figured if anything was going to summon you, Paul, it would be a stream of 999. Someone's playing 999 without you asking. Hey, man, I love 999. It's one of my favorite visual novels of all time. But you already knew this. The lack of voice acting is perfect. Hey, man, it's what I have to do for Mochi story time, you know, especially for this time of year, you know, with the spooky time. Because, holy cow, we're, okay, so water's pouring into this cabin and we need to get out, you know? All right, operations during escape. Yeah, I know how to play this game. Yep. I'm not going to read all this. But yeah, so the way you interact with the game, as you can imagine, is probably a little bit different than how you do it on the PC version. It's a pipe. I know. I'll crawl into the pipe and find a way out. There's nobody here to make fun of my lame jokes. Man, this sucks. So yeah, so this is an escape room game. So just gotta look around the room, try to find, you know, solve puzzles. Fortunately, there is no time limit. So, you're amazed you haven't lost service yet? Oh, hopefully it stays that way. Oh. No dice. It's locked tight. Let's see if there's anything in the keyhole. The number on the dial is 0101, which is 5 in binary, for those who don't know. I guess I need to put the key in the keyhole before I can enter any numbers on the dial. I can keep looking till the cows come home. All I'm gonna find up here is that pillow. Damn it! Is there anything else I can use? Okay, items. Yeah. I know about items. Have I ever played this before? Yes, I have, actually. But my memory of how to do a lot of the escape rooms is kind of shot, so I'm probably just going to, you know, use a walkthrough. Mostly, so because, you know, this is mostly for the story time aspect of it. I want to have the story progress. But hey, if there are, like, any puzzles that I don't have to use a walkthrough for, I'll gonna try them. What time zone am I in? I'm in Eastern Daylight Time. Well, okay, well, it's not daylight. Oh, yeah, actually, yes, it is daylight time. I'll be in Eastern Daylight Time for the next like couple weeks or so. And then daylight savings time will end, and then it'll be EST again. You don't know jack about the solutions to the escape rooms. Yeah, it's sadly this is one of those things where a flowchart would have come in handy, because the thing about the DS version is that to go through rooms to go through you can't just skip the things you've already done. You basically have to do them again and remember the solutions. Which, you know, it does kind of stink, but I mean, it was one of the first, it's the first game in the Zero Escape series. A lot of the quality of life things didn't really happen until Virtue's Last Reward on the 3DS. But this is still groundbreaking. It's still a groundbreaking game. And that the story was still written with the DS in mind. Doesn't seem like there's anything hidden on the sink. The only drain in this room. Okay. Oh yeah, I can also... Wait a minute. I can also go into my items and search an old picture frame. There's a picture of a ship in it. There's screws keeping the back on. I just gotta find a screwdriver. Let's see if there's anything in here. Huh, looks like there is. A key. Yeah, there's a little blue key on the bottom of this pot. Odd. Alright, and there's a key, which I will be needing. This is the door to the stove. Well, it opens easily enough. Sure wish the door to get out of here was that easy to open. That solves the mystery of whether or not the stove has been used before. What's this? Looks red. Yay! Okay, so now I can combine the screwdriver with that. The screwdriver got those screws off easily enough. And here's the picture. And looking at the back... So, someone wrote a bunch of numbers and symbols on the back of the picture, huh? Yes, and... yeah, that's clearly going to... Combining items! I already combined the item to get that! See, I know how to play this game. It's just like the blue briefcase. Yep, there's a lock in this one too, and it's not opening. Ugh. How does it feel to see the original version, Peggle? Yeah, I too would like to know the answer to that question. Because, I don't know, I feel like the original version has a charm to it, like a certain charm. Hey. Alright, yeah, surely that'll be important. And hey, small key. Junpei grabbed the key and shoved it into his pocket. He intended to leave immediately, but something stopped him. His reflection stared back at him from the mirror, but he had scarcely recognized himself. What's up with my face? His confusion was well justified. His face was drawn and pale, and the dark circles under his eyes made him look as though he was nearly dead. Man, what the hell happened to me? How did I end up here? Even as he'd said it, something in his mind opened, and a memory bobbed to the surface. It was the last thing Junpei remembered before waking up in the strange room. It was past midnight when he came home. Junpei shuffled up the stairs and opened the door to apartment 201. Inside was his apartment, a small one-bedroom affair that ran about $630 a month. He moved into it when he entered college, and so far he'd been there for 3 years and 7 months. He stepped inside and turned on the lights. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling blinked and flickered slowly to life, as if waking from a deep slumber. A cold light illuminated the landscape he'd come home to so many times before. Everything was as if he'd left it. The magazines piled up in the corner, the textbooks collecting dust, the CD cases covering the floor, the jeans and t-shirt he'd worn the day before, then tossed onto the floor. There was one thing that didn't belong, however. There was a breeze. Breaths of cold night air wafted into his apartment, carrying the smells of autumn with them. The white curtain framing his window swayed gently in the wind. Huh, that's weird. Did I leave that open? Junpei walked toward the window, trying to remember if he'd closed it or not before he left. One of the panes was hanging open. He stuck his head out and looked around. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Junpei shrugged. He must have just left it open earlier. He closed the window. Then it happened. Junpei turned and found himself face to mask with a man dressed in all black. The man wore a deep hood and a bulky gas mask. His face was entirely hidden. Junpei tried to scream, but all he could manage was a strangled croak. He tried to step toward the man, but his legs could no longer support his weight. Junpei collapsed to the floor, a crumpled heap of limbs like a discarded puppet. Too late, he noticed the white smoke that was quickly filling his apartment. A small object, shaped distressingly like a grenade, sat on the floor in front of his face, hissing. The white smoke poured out of it at an incredible rate. The smoke had grown so thick that the details of Junpei's apartment began to fade into the white haze. He could feel his mind begin to fade as well. The white haze that was not the smoke creeping into the edges of his vision.
Consider this a privilege. You have been chosen.
A rasping voice wormed its way out of the gas mask. It was cold and harsh, and distorted in some way Junpei couldn't put his finger on.
You are going to participate in a game. The Nonary Game. It is a game where you will put your life on the line.
That was the last thing Junpei remembered. The white smoke overpowered him. The masked man faded from his vision, and he felt his consciousness fall away into the white mist.
Victory screech!
Oh my god! Oh my god. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate it. That's right! That guy with the gas mask! That son of a bitch must have taken me here! As to who the man was, or might have been, Junpei had no idea. Indeed, he wasn't even sure that his assailant had been a man. The voice had been cold and mechanical, likely passed through a voice changer, and the body had been covered in a thick cloak. Who was the man in the mask?
You have been chosen.
Junpei remembered that much, but what it might mean, that was beyond him. Junpei had no idea where he was or why he was there. There was only one thing from his memory that seemed important.
You are going to participate in a game. The Nonary Game. It is a game where you will put your life on the line.
The Nonary Game, huh? What the hell is a Nonary Game? God damn it! With a yell, Junpei drove his fist into the mirror. And, okay, we're back to solving this puzzle! And we are back to solving this room! Yeah! Boom! Found something else. I know it's got that in blue and that in red. There's an arrow that goes all the way across the paper. It's red under the red symbols and blue under the blue ones. Okay, and you might have remembered that we got some pieces of paper. And so both the combinations are kind of mixed there. So build square, upper left triangle. So 0, 2. Wait a minute. 0, 2, 6, 3. Okay, 0, 2, 6, 3. And nothing, because I need some support. No! 0, 2, 6, 3, 0, 2, 6, 3, 0, 2, 6, 3. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, I know! There we go. All right, let's see if these numbers work. Turn of the key. Hey, it looks like it's working. Yes! All right, let's open it up. Yes! It opened! Looks like there's something in here. What is this? A file? Yes, I know about files! I know about files! Alright, let's see what's in this file. Digital root. Let's see here. Computer digital root with the following. I know about digital roots! It's basically a modulo 9+1 operation. Or something. Notebook, pen, a calculator, and a stack of key cards. Huh. New material. Yes, I know about the calculator. Have I played the remaster? I have not, but I have watched people play through it. But ultimately, I think I do prefer the DS version. I mean, that is kind of what it was developed for. And, you know. Oh, wait a minute. There. And there's the red briefcase. Okay, let's go back into this. Okay. Top left filled, bottom right outline. Okay. 7, 4. Seven, 4, 8, 5. Okay. Oh, come on. Ah, my God. Okay. Okay. I know how to do this. This is exactly the same. My goodness. Yes! I unlocked it! It's opening. More cards! Sweet! Now we have the ability to leave the room. Nice. Cards with numbers on them. Pretty sure this is where I'm supposed to use them. Alright, let's lay this card and see if it works. And... Huh? It's not working? Why? Damn it! No, that's right. I still have cards I haven't used. I mean, just give me the ability. Damn it! Not again! There aren't any more cards in here. Only got one other hint. Of course! The files! That file said something about a digital root. Digital root. The digital root, huh? What am I supposed to do with... There's a 5 on that door. Do I have to get a digital root of 5? Thank you for spelling out the puzzle for me! Let's see if this works. I'll just slide the cards that give me the digital root of 5 through the reader. Yes, I know! Oh my goodness. I could have been out of this room already! I could have been out of this room already! My goodness. Ugh. Oh wait, yeah, that's right. Alright, I think this is gonna work. There we go. That's a new noise. Huh. Did it just unlock? Oh, that light was red and now it's blue. I doubt about it. There's nothing keeping me in here now. Time to go. And here we go. We did it. Truly the tutorial room. I know, right? Gosh dang. Accompanied by a wall of angry water, Junpei shot out of the room and into the opposing hall. Gasping to catch his breath, he looked around. He was in a narrow hallway. The water that followed him out of the room was rapidly pouring out of the door. It flowed quickly down the hallway and slammed to the foot of the short flight of stairs. Just 5 steps, in fact. And at the top of this short staircase... A door! Another door! Junpei leapt up the stairs, straight for the door. The door burst open, and Junpei exploded out of it, only to freeze in his tracks. What other possible response could there have been to what he saw? What the hell? His voice trailed off, and all he could do was stare. A polished floor stretched out before him, ornate staircases rising up from the edges, each one of them equidistant from the others. The stairs and pillars were solid wood, and Art Nouveau embellishments and decorations covered the walls and pillars. It looked like nothing so much as the entrance to a luxurious mansion from the early 1900s. Junpei couldn't help but wonder, was he really in a ship? The water quickly filling the hallway behind him suggested that yes, he was. As he looked, a fresh wave rolled out of the room he'd been in, gathering speed as it moved toward the stairs. Yeah, that's what I thought. This is totally a Wait, what the hell? A wave? Shit! I gotta get out of here! Junpei spun around, his wet shoes squeaking in protest on the polished floor, and ran toward the tremendous staircase in front of him. C deck. B deck. As he ran, he glanced quickly at the plates mounted on the wall, denoting the decks of the ship. He took the stairs 2 at a time, not entirely sure where he would find himself. Just as he began to wonder where, in fact, the stairs did lead. Junpei saw another person out of the corner of his eye. He stopped short, nearly tripping over the next stair, and looked. It wasn't just one person he'd seen. On the length left the stairs, there were 4 people staring at him. And on the right side, 3 more. All told, there were 7 of them. It looked as though they had been on their way down the stairs. They stopped short when they saw Junpei, their eyes wide. He'd done the same, of course, and now they stood there staring at one another. Junpei didn't move, one foot placed awkwardly on the next step in the middle of a stride. Who were these people? Now, so hi, Aiden, how are you doing? And yeah, Stormblade, when it comes to, like, spoilers and stuff that's already been, like, established, like, stuff that we've already seen in this playthrough already is fair game. So those would not be considered spoilers anymore. And I guess puzzle solutions, honestly, I don't really care about those being spoilers anyway, because, I mean, the goal is to, like, go through the story. But, like, story stuff, yeah, definitely be, you know, definitely be anal about those. Stretch out the match watching the Dodgers game. Oh, well, we're stressed out trying to avoid a water line that's going up because we're on a sinking ship, it seems. But I'm doing well, Just watching some 99 or just playing some 999. Do you have your permission? Do I have your permission to clip part of the stream and share it? Oh yeah, of course you do, Paul. Please go for it. Go for it. This entire interaction lasted only a matter of seconds. The woman spoke to Junpei, and time began to move again. I guess there's another one of us now. The woman was dressed, Junpei thought, rather like a dancer. Her clothes covered very little, and her prodigious jewelry little more. Hey, you, come on! Hurry! With no further ceremony, she ran, straight past Junpei and toward the doors behind him. The sudden proximity of a woman with such striking assets left Junpei momentarily stunned. But the others wasted no time and quickly followed the strange woman. The first to pass Junpei was a young man with silver hair. He threw a quick glance in Junpei's direction as he ran, muttering, "One of us, huh?" Following him was an older man, his face calm and without fear. Soft wrinkles sprouted from his eyes, and he came close enough as he passed for Junpei to see wisps of gray in his hair. His composure and shock of hair struck Junpei as rather like that of an elderly lion. "Going up won't do you any good. There are 2 doors, but neither of them will open." The next to speak was a girl with pink hair and a high voice. "Come on! Aren't you coming? You gotta hurry!" Her small hand was wrapped around the wrist of another man. His eyes were closed, almost as though he were sleeping. His features were graceful, almost serene. And he was dressed rather elegantly for someone his age. Something about his posture seemed very refined, and Junpei couldn't help feeling he was noble and dignified somehow. He'd certainly never seen one, but this man seemed like what Junpei had always imagined a prince would be like. "That's 9 of us, then. All of the cards are in hand." What does all the cards are in hand mean, he wondered. Junpei opened his mouth to ask what the other man had meant, but the girl with pink hair rushed past them, and they were gone. He turned just in time to see 2 more people running toward him. One of them had hair like a bird's nest, and looked as though a stiff breeze might topple him. And the other was a veritable mountain of a man. The scrawny one said nothing, and scuttled past Junpei as though he were running from something. "Hey, what the hell are you just standing there for? Did you hear him? The doors on A deck are no good! We gotta check the doors on B deck! Got it? Now go!" Before he had a chance to respond, the man laid a massive hand on Junpei's shoulder. With no more effort than Junpei would have used to brush aside a fly, the man shoved him out of the way. Ah! Thrown off balance by the man in recent events, it took Junpei a few steps to get his bearings. He finally regained his balance and looked up at what the other 7 had been running toward. There were 2 pairs of large iron doors set to the wall in front of him. They looked quite sturdy, and each had handles jutting from them. Written across the surface of each door in red paint was a number. The door on the right had a 4, and the door on the left had a 5. They're the same. The guy Junpei had decided to call Silver was mumbling to himself. "The room I woke up had a number on the door just like that." "You too, eh?" With an arched eyebrow, the lion looked over at Silver. "My cell was the same. Number upon the door. I opened it, ran down the hallway outside, and found myself in the rather grand room full of stairs, as I suspect the rest of you." It was as though the floodgates had been opened, and they all began to talk at once. "Me too. I did too. Yeah, a door with a number on it." Soon became clear that each one of them had awoken in a room with a locked door and solved a puzzle to escape. They'd all ended up in the same room, almost as though they'd been guided there. "Yes, we all saw the same thing. That's not important. We need to hurry." "Yeah, you think I don't know that, lady?" Before the dancer had time to finish, Silver was already running. He grabbed hold of the door labeled 5 and pulled. However... Fuck! It's not opening! This damn thing won't even budge! "Move. You're in the way." The mountain grabbed Silver's shoulders and tossed him aside. His path cleared, he took a few steps back, then threw himself at the door. Once. Twice. 3 times. 4 times. The door shook as his body slammed into it, but showed no signs of breaking or opening. The mountain threw himself at the door again. Junpei turned toward door 4. Next to the door on the wall was a small box. It looked just like the one he'd seen in his room next to that door. If it was the same, then the door was likely locked as well. Still, he had to check. Junpei grabbed a handle and threw all of his weight onto it. It was locked as tight as the door next to it, as he'd suspected. Damn it! Junpei punched the door. It did not respond. Were these the only doors, he wondered? He barely finished the thought when the C-deck plate he'd passed on his way up sprang, unbidden, to his mind. His body moved before he had time to think. Junpei turned and ran toward the stairs. He'd scarcely taken a step when, at the top of the stairs, next to an ornate clock embedded on the wall, he saw a person. It was a girl. She looked to be the same age as Junpei. He froze, unable to look away from her face. He wasn't confounded by her beauty or something equally silly. No, there was another reason he couldn't take his eyes off the girl. Junpei had seen her somewhere before. He couldn't quite remember where, but he knew. He knew he'd met her before. The girl, too, stared at Junpei, similarly stunned. Her response suggested she'd seen him before as well. Without saying a word, Junpei walked slowly toward her. She didn't move. It was almost as though she was held in place by some sort of magic spell. As Junpei stepped onto her landing, the spell broke. No sooner had he set his foot down than the whole ship shook a second time. Ah! The quake caught the girl unprepared, and she fell. Moving on instinct, Junpei leapt to catch her. Or so he thought. Her face was far closer than it should have been, 4 inches from his own. He was flat on his back, and she had landed squarely on top of him. The girl seemed as confused as he did, and her face suggested she still hadn't fully recovered from seeing him. For a moment that seemed to stretch for a very long time, they stared at one another. The ship stopped shaking. Everything was quiet. Water could be heard from the bottom of the ship, lapping faintly at walls and ceilings, but eventually that faded as well. The silence was complete, a thick, muffling blanket. At last, the girl opened her mouth. Oh my gosh! Is that you, Junpei? Junpei. Junpei. Her words echoed through Junpei's head, and suddenly his memory returned. Akane? Why hadn't he realized it before? The girl was Akane Kurashiki. She and Junpei had been friends in childhood. They'd gone to elementary school together for 6 years. But what was she doing on the ship? Her soft eyes were only inches away from his own. He could feel the warmth from her face. Feelings he thought long forgotten began to work their way to the surface. He could feel his face heating up. At that moment, a speaker crackled to life, and a cold, eerie voice filled the room.
Welcome aboard. I welcome you all from the bottom of my heart to this, my vessel.
With the voice's invasion, the spell between Junpei and Akane was broken, and all hints of burgeoning romance instantly forgotten. They hurriedly untangled themselves from one another and struggled to their feet. Their 7 companions had heard the voice as well, and many of their faces had gone pale. They looked around frantically, desperate to locate the source of the voice. At last, they found it. A speaker set in the ceiling.
I am Zero, the captain of this ship. I am also the person who invited you here.
The voice was harsh, obscured occasionally by the crackle of static. But Junpei recognized it. How could he have forgotten it? It was the same voice he heard from the man in the gas mask. Hey, asshole! What the hell is this? Come on out here! I want to get a look at you! What do you mean to do to us?
I mean to have you participate in a game. Some of you, I know, are familiar with this game. The Nonary Game. It is a game where you will put your life on the line.
Nonary Game? What the hell is that? The voice continued, implacable.
The rules of the Nonary Game can be found upon your persons. They are simple rules. Read them.
Nonary Game. Hey, there's something in my pocket. Check this out. Silver reached into his pocket and pulled out a small slip of paper. The rest of them reached into their own pockets and pulled out similar slips of paper. Junpei followed suit and dug into the pocket of his pants. He felt the telltale crumple of paper, slightly damp from his earlier ordeal. Hey, I got one too! Then it would seem Zero has seen fit to grace us each with a letter. Would you mind terribly reading it to us, young man? His request had been delivered to Junpei, who, after a short amount of surprise, he had been asked. On this ship, you will find a handful of doors emblazoned with numbers. We will call them the numbered doors. The doors in front of you are a pair of the same. The key to opening these numbered doors are the numbered bracelets that each of you possess. Should you total the numbers on your numbered bracelets, total the numbers on your numbered bracelets, and find that the digital root of that number is equal to the number of that door, the door will open. Only those who have opened the door may pass through. There are, however, limits. Only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door. All those who enter must leave, and all who enter must contribute. Bracelet, Junpei figured. Had to mean the bulky thing on his wrist. He glanced around. It looked like everyone else had one as well, and had come to much the same conclusion. The purpose of the game is simple. Leave the ship alive. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. Junpei had reached the end of the letter. There was a long moment of silence, and then the speaker crackled to life once more.
There is one last thing I must tell you. As you have no doubt surmised, the ship has begun to sink. On April 14th, 1912, the famous ocean liner Titanic crashed into an iceberg. After remaining afloat for 2 hours and 40 minutes, it sank beneath the waters of the North Atlantic. I will give you more time. 9 hours. That is the time you will be given to make your escape.
The voice had finished, and the speaker went silent. The sound of a bell tolling echoed through the hall. It came from the dance hall adjacent to the stairwell. It took those assembled on the stairs mere moments to trace the sound to an antique clock embedded in the wall. 7, 8, 9. The sound of the 9th bell faded away. The 10th never came. That meant the time was 9 o'clock. Most likely 9 o'clock in the evening. When Junpei had peered out the window of his cell, he'd seen nothing but blackness. It had to be nighttime. If that was the case, then they would need to escape by 6 a.m. the following day.
Now, it is time. Let our game begin. I wish you all the best of luck.
The speaker went silent and did not speak again. Oh boy! I should probably catch up with chat, shouldn't I? Oh boy! The fact that DS can handle actually writing out that note is pretty impressive. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I don't know, I feel like the lack of voice acting as well in the DS version helps add to like the eeriness of it, you know? I don't know, there's just something about it that feels a little bit more isolated. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that was a boat if we get out, Masked Man. Yeah, the one that we're sinking on. Surely there's a lifeboat at the top, right? Alright, anyway. Silver yelled at the speaker with language coarse enough to embarrass a sailor, but the rest of Junpei's companions were silent, deep in thought. Junpei, too, was consumed by his thoughts. There was a great deal he didn't understand. Who was Zero? What was the Nonary Game? Why had he chosen to make them part of it? Was he a criminal who took delight in playing with his victims? Or did he have some other purpose? And why had Junpei been chosen as part of this insane game? Why had any of them been chosen? One question was foremost on his mind. Kane. They hadn't seen one another since elementary school. Why had she appeared now? Coincidence? No, that seemed impossible. There had to be a reason. You didn't know what it might be, but there had to be a reason. Very well. The lion's voice seemed oddly loud in the silence. Standing around here won't do us any good. Best we get moving, don't you think? Get moving? Are you planning to open the numbered doors? Hey, wait! Don't tell me you're actually going to do what this zero says! No, that's not what I mean. The lion shook his head, mildly annoyed. I'm saying let's find another way. After all, we haven't really examined this place yet. Wait, what? Their separate investigations finished, all 9 people returned to where they'd left one another. The result of all their work was nothing. They were completely sealed in. Their hard work had not gone completely to waste, however. They had learned a number of things that they'd scoured the ship, parts of the ship they could reach. It seemed that they were confined to decks A through C. C deck was as far down as they would be able to go, however. The reason being that D deck was completely submerged. Strangely, however, the water had risen no higher than D deck. The flow seemed to have been stopped somehow, as evidenced by the surface of the water on D deck, which was as smooth as glass. The prince knelt down and gently drew his hand across it. Perhaps this is what perhaps the Zero fellow has used some sort of remote control to seal a watertight door lower down. He said that our time limit was 9 hours. In other words, this water won't rise for 9 hours. Then you're saying we won't sink till then? Well, that may be a little too optimistic. No point to wishful thinking. There were 3 metal doors on C deck. A single door stood off to the side, with 2 more on the wall facing the central staircase. None of them had numbers or verification devices. They were, however, locked like the other doors. No matter how much they pushed and shoved, the doors refused to move. The mountain and the lion threw themselves against them a few times, but to no avail. The door in the back had a keyhole. Just above it was a strange mark in the shape of a circle surrounding a dot. There were 2 other doors on C deck as well, but it was clear that they were elevators, as each had a button next to it with an upside-down triangle. But tried pushing the button. No response. Apparently, there was no power running to the elevators. To the left of the elevator doors was a card reader. The card reader also had a strange mark on it. It looked like a lowercase h with a dash drawn across the upper stem. Junpei stared at it for a while. This is the symbol of Saturn. It's an astrological symbol. Then the mark on the other door... I think that was the sun symbol. They had seen the same symbols on A deck. There was a door on either side of the stairs. The one on the left had a keyhole with a similar symbol engraved on it. This is an Earth symbol. The horizontal line symbolizes the equator, and the vertical one represents the prime meridian. Junpei looked up at the ceiling. There was a great circle cut in it, perhaps for a skylight or a glass dome, but it had been filled with a gargantuan metal plate. The metal looked very solid. Anything short of an explosive charge was unlikely to damage it. There were several windows along both sides of the ship, or at least there had been. They too were covered with metal plates. In other words... We're trapped. All the exits go nowhere. Junpei was not happy. Oh, you are actually gonna die with no service. You play more of this. You'll be sure to be here. Have fun. Take care, Prince. Yes, I will, Peggle. I will, Peggle. Thank you for stopping by. Love you, Peggle. Please don't die. Please don't die. The girl with pink hair spoke up. Well, I'm sure they go somewhere. We just can't open them. Then the mountain spoke. You don't know that. For all we know, they just open the walls or take us in circles. The prince did not agree. No, I'm sure they go somewhere. Otherwise, what point would there be? And we can open them. Well, 2 of them at least. You mean the numbered doors? All eyes turned toward the doors with numbers on them. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Hey, wait a minute. I think I said this earlier, but I don't think we should do that. The dancer moved in front of the doors as if to block them. We'd have to be crazy to open these doors. If we do that, we're doing exactly what Zero wants us to do. Suddenly, everyone began to speak at once. I agree! I don't! That's a terrible idea! We should keep going. We should stay here! We don't have any other way to open any of these doors. We should just wait. Someone's bound to come find us. We don't have time for that! In 8.5 hours, this ship is going to sink! Clamor of voices made it next to impossible to determine who was saying what. Their arguments grew more and more intense until people were shouting and screaming at one another. Yeah, I think that's just red spray paint. Junpei had remained silent, but at last he could take no more. Hey! Shut up! They fell silent, and all eyes turned to Junpei. He felt each stare burning into him, but he refused to flinch. Before we try and decide where we're going to go, there's something else we ought to do. What's that? We need to exchange information. We don't know anything about each other. I want to know who you guys are, who you are, where you came from, why you ended up here. Don't tell me you weren't curious too. They were silent. Some of them looked the other way, or bit their lip, or crossed their arms and stared at the ceiling. But one of them spoke up. It was Akane. I agree. I think Junpei is right. Junpei? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about him. I just call him Junpei. His name is Junpei. She pointed towards Junpei. We're childhood friends. We went to the same elementary school. Wait, stop! Don't tell us stuff we didn't ask you about! Zero's probably watching us right now. What are you gonna do if he's listening in? Would that be bad? Hell yeah, it would! We don't know how much of that bastard knows about us. Maybe he just picked a bunch of random people to kidnap. If that is the case, then it'd be dangerous for us to let him know too much. Zero knows who we are, he could go after our families. Maybe tell us he had him to get us to do stuff, you know? But we still need to know what our names are. It's gonna be hard to talk to each other if we don't have names. Alright, why don't we have code names? To him, apparently, it seemed like the obvious solution. Code names? Yeah, we'll each pick something. Like, I'll be 7. 7? Why are you 7? It seemed a fair question. Mountain stuck out his left arm. Because this bracelet's number says 7. Oh, I get it. Yeah, that's a good idea. He smirked. Alright, I'm gonna be Santa. Any of you chumps know Japanese? No? Well, San means 3, so I'll be Santa. You know, like Santa Claus. Fits, don't you think? Then your bracelet number... Yeah, it's got a 3 on it. Good job, Grandpa. Just like the mountain had done, Silver thrust out his left hand. Sure enough, the face of his bracelet read 3. Very well, then. I'll go next, shall I? My bracelet number is 1. Given that, I think Ace seems appropriate. I'll be Lotus, then. As I'm sure you all know, it has 8 petals. Which means, of course, that my bracelet number is... 8. I would appreciate if you would call me Snake. My bracelet number is 2. Since Ace has chosen cards, then I choose dice. Snake eyes, clearly. Which is particularly relevant given that I am blind. Blind? Really? He'd kept his eyes closed during their entire ordeal, which had suggested something strange, but to hear it said so casually, it was something of a surprise. Everyone seemed a little nervous at the prince's proclamation, but no one seemed to know how to react to it. There was one person, however, who didn't seem to be surprised in the least. The girl with pink hair. I want to be Clover. You know, like a 4-leaf clover. Good luck, right? Looking almost bored, she held out her left hand. The face of her bracelet showed the number 4. They'd come around to Junpei. He held out his bracelet. Alright, my number's 5, so my code name is gonna be... Well, I have one. It's not like there's any point to it now. The dancer cut him off mid-sentence. I mean, we all know your name already. You're Junpei. Oh. They all nodded. Akane stepped forward nervously. Then you should all call me by my name too. Because, I mean, it doesn't seem fair to Junpei. You're thinking it's not cool of you to hide your name after you told us his? Akane fidgeted awkwardly. Junpei decided he had to do something. What's your bracelet number? It's 6. She hesitated for a moment, then held out her left hand. As she claimed, the bracelet's face showed a 6. Junpei looked at it for a moment and thought. Alright then, why don't we call you June? June? Yeah, you know, it's the 6th month of the year. So, you're June. Junpei... Kane kneaded her hands and looked up at Junpei, uncertain. He smiled back at her, reassuringly. Are you good with that? She thought about it for a few more minutes, then seemed to come to a decision and gave Junpei a small nod. Their names decided, Junpei ran over them quickly in his head. 1 was Ace. 2 was Snake. 3 was Santa. 4 was Clover. 5 was Junpei's number. Kane was 6, and Junpei had given her the codename of June. 7 was, well, 7. And 8 was Lotus. That meant that 8 of them, including Junpei, had revealed their bracelet numbers. But there was still one person left. He was the man with glasses and hair like a bird's nest. He hadn't said anything since they'd met on the stairs, and he didn't look like the sort of person who was inclined to conversation. His skin was pale, his breathing was heavy, and he was soaked with nervous sweat. His behavior seemed very suspicious, or perhaps simply emotionally unstable. It was difficult to tell. Whatever the case, it seemed clear that he had only a fingertip's worth of a grip on his sanity. The girl with pink hair, Clover, walked up to him, slowly. She put her hands on her hips and eyed him suspiciously. What number are you? He didn't answer. His bloodshot eyes twitched from person to person, and his breath came in hot pants. Hey, I'm talking to you. The man licked his dry lips with a shaking tongue and spoke with a voice like old paper. Isn't that obvious? There are 9 people here, and you know who numbers 1 through 8 are. I'm the only one left. So you're 9? Yeah. He extended a trembling arm. The bracelet did indeed say 9. Clover looked at it contemptuously. What's your code name? Code name? What do you want us to call you? We all made up names. You should too. I don't need one. Why not? Because I'm not gonna stay here with you. He took a shuddering breath and exhaled. Clover looked at him with something very like disgust. You've got some sort of plan? I do. Yeah? What's that? You sure you want to know? Yeah? All right. Let me show you. I'm gonna do this! Ah! I can't scream. By the time they realized what he was doing, it was too late to stop him. The man's body moved like a snake's. In the blink of an eye, he had slid around behind her and wrapped his arm around her waist. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Silver, Santa, leapt forward toward Clover and the 9th man. He was halfway there when... Stay back! Suddenly, the man's hand drove into his pocket. He came back out with a knife. A pocket knife. He held it to Clover's pale, quivering neck. If you get any closer, I'll cut her open! Santa skidded to a halt. He snarled at the scrawny man with the knife and gritted his teeth. Yes, that's right. The man's smile was neither friendly nor reassuring. Sweat poured down his neck, soaking the collar of his shirt. Clover, are you all right? The prince, Snake's voice sounded oddly concerned. Yeah, I'm fine. Her voice shook, making her words even less convincing. What the hell are you trying to do? I told you. This is my plan. What are you gonna do to her, you sick son of a bitch? Don't worry. I'm not gonna do anything to her. If she just does what I tell her to do, I'll let her go. Started to move backward, slowly, keeping his grip on Clover. Keeping their distance, Junpei and the others followed. Eventually, the man reached the wall. He gave a start as his back touched it, and glanced around quickly and spoke. Verify. Huh? The left. Look on your left. Do you see the device on the wall? Place your hand on the scanner panel, the round part. What if I don't? The man's nostrils flared and he looked like he was about to choke. Are you an idiot? What do you think? I could slit your throat right now. I'll kill you if I have to. All I need is your bracelet. Just do it! Do it now! He pressed the knife against Clover's neck hard. Slowly, she stretched a left hand out toward the device. Her back was to it, and she had to feel around for a moment before she found the circular panel. It made a cold electronic noise, and on the display above her hand, an asterisk appeared. So that's how it works, Junpei thought to himself. By placing one's palm on what the ninth man had called the scanner panel, the user's bracelet number would be entered into the device.
Should you total numbers on your numbered bracelets, and find that the digital root of that number is equal to the number of that door, the door will open.
Junpei shifted his eyes to the door itself. The number on it was 5. The ninth man seemed to know a little more about the device's operation than he should. How had he known exactly what to do? Good. Good, you're done. Next? His bloodshot eyes crept from person to person, until finally, they stopped on the lion. Ace. You, right? You're the one with the number 1 bracelet, right? Yes, I am. So? Then you're next. Just verify your number like this little brat did. What are you doing? Do it! Don't you care what happens to her? Okay, just calm down. Ace held up his hands, palms out. The ninth man jerked his chin toward the device. Slowly, cautiously, Ace moved toward the device. After what seemed like an agonizing eternity, he reached it. Now, verify! Ace nodded and placed his hand on the scanner panel. The device beeped again, and a second asterisk appeared. Now the device had Clover and Ace's numbers. 4 and 1. 4 plus 1 equals 5. Same as the number written on the door, but it wouldn't open just yet.
Only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door.
The door needed at least one more person. Who would that be? Get back! His voice shook, but his knife he held to Clover's throat made his words a command. Ace took 2, then 3 steps back. No! Farther! More than that! Go all the way back! Slowly, Ace did what he was told. The ninth man's lips curled into a cruel, twisted smile. That was when Junpei understood his plan. Clover's 4 and Ace's 1. Added to the ninth man's 9. 4 plus 1 plus 9 equals 14. Becomes 1 plus 4 equals 5. In other words... Thank God you are all so cooperative. Now I can get out of this nightmare. He pressed his hand against the scanner panel. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. He dropped his hand to the lever on the side of the device and pulled. Gotta love that DS video encoding. The door opened with a heavy metallic groan. He let go of Clover. Wait! Junpei leapt towards the ninth man, but he wasn't fast enough. The man shoved Clover. Ah! Ouchie, ouch. And hopped through the door. Okay, have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then, goodbye. He raised his hand and waved, a twisted smirk on his face. Then he was gone. The door ground shut with a dull clang of metal on metal. Clover! Are you alright? Snake ran to Clover's side as she lay on the floor. Yeah, I'm fine. She climbed unsteadily to her feet, and once there, leaned heavily on Snake's shoulder for support. Junpei ran to the door. The others followed him. Several pairs of hands grabbed a hold of the handles and pulled. They grunted and strained, but... Shit! It won't budge! That was when Lotus, the dancer, spoke. Her voice was quiet. Do you hear something? Like what? Like some sort of beeping. Junpei pressed his ear against the cold metal of the door. The others did the same. You're right. I can hear it too. What is it? Then they heard something else. It was the ninth man. Shit! Why isn't it stopping? God damn it! You lied! Lied? This wasn't supposed to happen! This is wrong! This is wrong! His voice shook with fear. Safe on the outside, they stepped back from the door and looked at one another. What is happening in there? Open the door! Please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please, get me out of here! Get me out of here! Junpei grabbed a hold of the device. He slammed his fist on the scanner panel. Nothing happened. Why didn't it register him? He looked at the display where the asterisk had shown up. It said engaged. Oh my god, there's no time left! Listen, I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here! It was him! He killed me! It was him! The explosion rocked the room. Instinctively, they ducked, then stood up slowly when they realized there was no danger. No one spoke. Silence filled the room. In that silence, the electronic tone that echoed across the room sounded as loud as a gunshot. All eyes turned toward it. It had come from the device mounted next to the door. The display changed from engaged to vacant. Let's see if we can open it. 7, the mountain, swallowed hard. Junpei nodded and placed his hand on the scanner panel. A red asterisk appeared on the LCD panel. The device had registered Junpei's bracelet number, 5. He was not enough, however. At least 2 more people were needed. Junpei asked, all right, who wants to, what should I do? Wink. Yes, you are right, Paul. This was made by the same company that made Danganronpa. Spike Chunsoft. And the director and main writer of the game is friends with Kodaka, the director and writer of the Danganronpa series. So, like, they're actually friends who collaborate with who sort of, like, bounce ideas off each other. So, actually, you know what? I'll just do Ace and Lotus, the first one. Ace, Lotus. Do you think you could give me a hand here? The pun was a little too on the nose, but the mood was still grim. Both Ace and Lotus lifted their left hands silently. He verified, and she followed suit. 1 plus 8, 1 plus 1, 5 plus 1 plus 8 equals 14, becomes 1 plus 4 equals 5. They'd fulfilled the conditions. They are to pull the lever on the side. Are you guys ready? I'm gonna open it. Junpei grabbed the lever and looked back over his shoulder. They stiffened and nodded. Junpei nodded back and set his mouth in a grim line. Then he slowly lowered the lever. There was a metallic groan, and the door slid open. A breath of air drifted out of it, carrying a stench that nearly made them gag. Junpei grimaced and put a hand over his mouth. Oh my god. Good god. Lotus and Ace shuddered. Seven grunted. Whoa. That's pretty bad. Even Santa's voice shook. He blew up. It appeared that Santa was right. The hallway on the other side of the door was splattered with chunks of torn flesh and dark red blood. Ah! The shriek echoed across the room. It had come from June. Then her strength left her and she dropped. As Junpei turned to catch her, the door groaned shut. She crumpled to the floor. June, you okay? Junpei dropped to his knees and put his arm around her shoulders. That was when he noticed. Her whole body was feverish. She was radiating intense heat. What the hell? Where'd this fever come from? June didn't answer. Her face looked like wax, and her whole body began to shake. Alright, let's just rest for a minute, okay? Think you can walk? She nodded weakly. Junpei lifted June to her feet and guided her to a nearby chair. Here we go. As gently as he could, he set her down in it. How are you feeling? Are you alright? She nodded, and as she did, a single huge tear rolled down the side of her face. Why? Why did this happen? Her voice cracked, broken by misery and grief and choked by sobs. Why did this happen? Junpei spun around. Do any of you know what the fuck is going on here? Who's Zero? What's this Nonary game? Come on, anybody? Anything? What the hell is going on? What are we doing here? No one spoke. Ace, Snake, Santa, Clover, Seven, and Lotus. They simply stood there, 7 pairs of downcast eyes and 7 grim lines for mouths. June's body shook with silent sobs. They slowed as the minutes ticked by, and eventually they stopped. Then suddenly, in the cold, heavy silence that had enveloped them like a thick fog, a bell had begun to ring. The clock in the central hall. 7, 8, 9, 10 times. And then, on the 10th ring, it stopped. The sound of the bell faded away into silence. I love that reference, Omega. No name. Well, nameless or not. The gazing eye! It's 10 o'clock then. Ace said what each one of them had been thinking. That means it's been an hour since Zero's little announcement. Seven's deep voice echoed across the room. Fuck! I've had enough of this crap! Santa leapt to his feet, his fists clenched. How long are we gonna pussyfoot around like this? We've only got 8 hours until this time limit Zero's going on about is up. Let's get going already! Go! Go! Santa's outburst fell on deaf ears. No one seemed to agree with him. They stared back at him, their eyes blank and their faces tired. Kingdom Hearts! I think, or at least that's what I assumed it was. Finally, Lotus spoke. No, I refuse. I'm not going to end up like him. Him? You mean the ninth man? Of course. Who else? In his mind's eye, Junpei saw the corpse again. The dark, reddish-black pool of blood. The scattered pieces of flesh. Organs strewn across the floor like the blossoming of a grotesque flower. The explosion that had torn through his body had been powerful. The ninth man's neck had been twisted in an odd angle. Junpei suspected the detonation had thrown him against the wall. Half of his face was crushed, and the other half was covered in blood. Most of his abdomen had been emptied, either by the explosion or by gravity. He had landed on his back, and stark white ribs jutted up out of his chest like the legs of some sort of macabre crab. Junpei felt something flip in his stomach. I think he just screwed up. Eyebrows went up, and Santa continued. He probably set off some sort of trap, and that killed him. I'm not gonna screw up like that. I'm getting out of here alive! Whatever Snake was laughing at, Santa did not find particularly humorous. What's so goddamn funny? Oh, my apologies. You're just so very confident. I couldn't help myself. What the fuck? I think you've mistaken the situation. Huh? The ninth man's death. It had nothing to do with a trap. Or at least, not the sort of trap you imagined it did. Then, he broke one of Zero's rules. That was why he died. Quite simple if you think about it. You still don't? Alright. How about you take a moment and think back to what Zero said? Specifically, what did he say about the number of people? He said only 3 to 5 people can pass through one numbered door. Right? And after that? You've forgotten the relevant part. What did Zero say? Santa furrowed his brow in thought. Junpei thought back. Zero said, everyone who verified had to go. All of those who enter must leave, and all who enter must contribute. Right? I think it was something like that. Whatever it was, it means that groups of less than 3 or more than 5 can't go through. That is correct. A gold star for you, Junpei. Snake inclined his head toward Junpei. The ninth man, however, broke that rule. He tried to pass through a numbered door by himself. That was why he was executed. Then even Zero's watching us from somewhere. Make sure we don't break any rules. Oh, I'm not so sure of that. Why not? Because this execution system is entirely automatic. You didn't notice? There's no need for him to monitor us. What do you mean? Snake looked at Seven with what could only be described as pity inside. Very well. I see it must be me who tells you. I've waited long enough, I suppose. I'd hope Zero might spare me the trouble, but that seems increasingly unlikely. He couldn't see them, of course, but perhaps Snake sensed the confused eyes upon him. When he spoke, he gave words to everyone else's thoughts. Do you know something? Well, I know a great many things, but yes. What is it that you know? Here. Snake removed a card from the pocket of his jacket. With a flourish, he presented it to Ace, who took a close look at it and spoke. Come on now, what's the point of giving me this? Give me that. Snatched the card from Ace, but his expression of disgust quickly turned to one of confusion. Huh? How's this? Seven tugged it out of Santa's hands. I see. The card went from Seven to Lotus, from Lotus to June, and finally to Junpei. He looked at it and understood. This is Braille. Braille, the written language of the blind. This card was covered with small, embossed bumps. Junpei could recognize it, but he certain couldn't read it. Sorry, guys, I can't read this. Junpei handed the card back to Snake, who nodded at him with a small smirk. Okay, that was fun. What's so important about that card? I found it in my pocket. I can only assume it is a message from Zero. From Zero? A message? What does it say? Suddenly, everyone was crowding around Snake, desperate to hear what the message said. Santa especially looked as if he were about to grab hold of Snake and shake the answers from him. Snake raised his hand. Calm down now. No need to panic. You don't need to force me. I'll read it. Junpei swallowed hard and waited for him to start. He was not the only one. Presently, Snake began to read, his voice calm. His fingers glided over the tiny bumps as he spoke. Bracelet number 2. Since you are not blessed with sight, I shall bless you, and only you, with information. I shall tell you of the function of the red, of the dead, and of the bracelet. The red is the recognition device. It will verify your number. Beside every numbered door, you will find a red. The dead is the deactivation device. It does exactly what it says. Once you have passed through the numbered door, you must use the dead to stop the detonator in your bracelet. But perhaps you are wondering, what does this detonator detonate? I'm afraid this may be something of a surprise. I have placed a small bomb inside of you, and the people whom you are about to meet. You swallowed it while you were unconscious. I have no doubt that by the time you read this note, the bomb will have passed your stomach and found its way to your small intestine. In other words, you will be unable to regurgitate it. I suggest you do not try. As I mentioned before, the bracelet on your left hand contains a detonator. Think of it as a remote fuse, or timer, for the bomb in your body. There is only one condition that will cause it to detonate. That condition is that you enter a numbered door. Once you have done so, the timer will activate, no matter who you may be. You will have 81 seconds. If, after that time, the detonator has not been deactivated, it will send a signal to the bomb in your body, instructing it to explode. In order to deactivate the detonator, every person who verified their number at the red must also verify their numbers at the dead. Once all numbers have been verified by the dead, you need only pull the lever at its side, and the countdown will cease. Anyone who does not verify their number at the red will find themselves unable to verify their number at the dead. That is to say, if you should pass through a numbered door without first verifying your number at the red, in 81 seconds you will be dead. Yeah, and also 9 squared is 81. So yeah. Basically all multiples of 9 have a digital root of 9, I believe. Which is pretty cool. You must also keep in mind that the numbered doors will close automatically after 9 seconds have passed. So long as the door is open, the dead will not function. You would do well to remember this. Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1. You escape from the ship. 2. Your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or detects that its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically. There is no other way to remove your bracelet. If you attempt to force it off, or disable the detonator, the bomb within you will immediately explode. This is all the information that I can impart to you. How you choose to use it is for you to decide. If used wisely, you can eliminate those who might be a danger to you. For a time, you would be able to control your fate. I wish you the best of luck. Snake finished reading, carefully returned to the card to his pocket. The message had been lengthy, but its meaning was clear. Only those who verified their numbers at the red could pass through the numbered doors. Teams could not increase or decrease their numbers. The reds, deads, and bracelets enforced the rules. They were judge, jury, and executioner. In defiance of Zero's suggestions, both Santa and Seven put fingers down their throats and began to gag. The rest stiffened. Some touched their stomachs. Some simply stared at their bracelets. Junpei gingerly touched his stomach. There was a bomb inside his body. The thought of it made him queasy. His stomach felt oddly hollow, and his legs were weak. Why had Zero designed such a ludicrous game? Junpei looked over at the others. All right, I'm gonna ask one more time. Do any of you know anything about Zero? They were all silent, each person waiting to hear what the others would say. Finally, Santa spoke. Actually, I saw him. I saw Zero when I got grabbed. I didn't see his face, though. Son of a bitch was wearing some kind of gas mask. What the hell? Come on, guys, give me something! You know, like, surprise or something. Instead, it was Santa who looked surprised. There was a moment of silence, and then everyone spoke at once. Yeah, I saw him too! Me too! He was wearing a gas mask. As stories were sorted out, the truth became clear. All of their stories were the same. They had been abducted at home at midnight. The person claiming to be Zero had worn a mask. There had been white smoke, and then each person had passed out. When they awoke, they had found themselves on D-deck, in a room with a 3-level bunk bed. Only 7 stories seemed to lack the detail of the others. Oh, me? Yeah, well, mine was just like the rest of yours. That was all he had said. It occurred to Junpei at the time that it sounded somewhat strange, but he didn't press the issue. He hadn't done so because there was something that struck him as even stranger. That was the mystery of the relationship between Snake and Clover. For some reason, they had been abducted from the same room and woken up in the same room. Junpei looked at them thoughtfully. So what's the deal with the two of you anyway? It was Clover that answered. Clearly, she felt she had nothing to hide. We're siblings. Siblings? Yes. Snake is my older brother, obviously. That means I'm his little sister. That really so hard to understand? Junpei was taken aback. The others seemed just as surprised. She is correct, of course. He laid his hand on Clover's shoulder. Are you surprised? Well, yeah, but... Why? There are other people here with connections to one another. Those two, for instance. Snake pointed at Junpei and June. Oh, you mean between Junpei and me, right? Yes. You did say you were childhood friends, didn't you? You went to school together? Yeah. June glanced at Junpei, uncomfortable with the sudden attention. Junpei felt somewhat nervous as well, and tried to scratch his head as casually as possible. Hey, think maybe we could figure out who the Zero is this way? Yeah, you're right. Connect the dots between the victims, and that leads you to the perp. Textbook stuff. Junpei, June. Does any of this ring a bell? Ring a bell? Ring a bell? From Bravely Default? I don't think about it. The 9 guy could basically pick whatever door you would want to, since the 9 wouldn't affect the digital room, but he's dead, so who cares? Yeah, exactly. Definitely don't have to worry about him anymore. That's, he squandered that opportunity. They looked at one another. And like it was staged, they both tilted their neck at the same time. Well, perhaps you went to school with the son of a multimillionaire. A millionaire? Son? Well, someone bought this boat and set up all of this. Whoever Zero is, they must be incredibly rich. Well, we can't be sure of that. To me, this seems as though it's the work of an organization, not an individual. Zero is most likely simply the representative of a larger group. What sort of organization? Could be a number of things. Army, perhaps, or a research group. Perhaps this is all sort of psychological experiment. If it is, then it's a pretty fucked up experiment. I mean, come on! A guy's dead! The word dead hung in the air, heavy and ominous. The room went quiet again. I don't know who the hell this Zero asshole is, but I know for sure he's gotta be pretty fucked up in the head to do all of this. If this is all one guy, he's got some serious issues. Even with the specter of death hanging over them, their discussions continued for some time. In the end, however, they learned nothing. By the time they finished, 1.5 of their 9 hours were gone. All they had to show for it was impatience. Man, look, we only got 7.5 hours left, okay? You really sure you want to just sit around? No one was willing to argue this time. Very well then. There's only one way for us to proceed. Sure not gonna be fun running around knowing we gotta jump when Zero says jump. Well, it's stupid to just sit around here doing nothing. Thanks to Snake's card, at least we have some idea of how this all works. Correct. And so long as we follow the rules, we will most likely be alright. But what? Who's gonna go in which door? June looked toward the numbered doors. Oh yeah, that's right. We can't have any more than 5 people in one door. All 8 of us can't go in the same door. Then it would seem we will have to split up. Wait! Lotus looked terrified. I'm telling you now, there's no way in hell I'm going into door 5. Come now, don't be selfish. Call me whatever the hell you want. I'm not going in there. If I've got to walk through all that blood, then I'd rather stay here. We were doing so well. Ace shook his head sadly. Sorry, but I ain't going in there either. Someone else can go into door 5. Oh, Santa, not you too. Hey man, I just bought these shoes. You think I'm gonna get some creepy dude's blood all over them? You got another thing coming. That was the last straw. What the hell, man? Weren't you the one who kept saying we should get going? Yeah? Doesn't mean I wanted to go into door 5. Oh god. There was an awkward silence. Finally, Seven spoke. Fine. I'll go into door 5. I can't go in there alone, though. Anyone else willing to come with me? There was another long silence. This time, Snake was the one to break it. I'll go. What? Don't worry, you'll be fine. We may part now, but I'm certain we'll meet again later. How do you know that? Because I do. That's not an answer! If you're going, I'm going too. I'm going into door 5. What am I going to do with you? There's nothing you have to do. Ace stepped forward. If I join you, the problem is solved, correct? 7 is 7, and Snake is 2. And if you add Clover's 4 and my 1, the digital root will be 5. 7 plus 2 plus 4 plus 1 equals 14, because 1 becomes 1 plus 4 equals 5. Oh, it works perfectly! The 4 of us can go into door 5. Wait, what about the other 4? What's their digital root gonna be? Junpei did a quick mental calculation. Lotus, Santa, June, and Junpei remained. Their bracelet numbers were 8, 3, 6, and 5. 8, 3, 6, 5. What would their digital root be? Well, obviously it's going to be 4. 8 plus 3 plus 6 plus 5 equals 22. Becomes 2 plus 2 equals 4. He repeated what he determined. It's 4. Add up our 4 bracelet numbers and the digital root is 4. Then we can go into door 4. Yeah. Huh, that worked out well. Junpei ran over the team assignments in his head one more time. 4 people would go into door 5. 7, Snake, Clover, and Ace. 4 people would go into door 4. Lotus, Snake, June, and Junpei. Junpei had to ask himself if the teams were what he really wanted. Beyond door 5 was what remained of the 9th man. He never wanted to see that thing again, but something in him said it would be unwise not to examine the corpse even a little closer. Of course, if he went through door 5, he wouldn't be going with Lotus and Santa. True, it would be impossible for him to bring June with him through door 5, but that would mean she would have to see the horrific carnage that waited there. Junpei didn't want that. Junpei was torn. Should he stay silent and go through door 4? Or should he stop them all and insist on door 5? As he turned his options over and over in his mind, Ace spoke up. And get ready to make your decision, everybody! Anyone who has any suggestions about which door I should go through, please let your voices be heard. All right, then. It seems we reached a conclusion. Shall we go? He began to walk toward door 5. Clover and Snake followed, with 7 a short distance behind. Junpei. Which door shall we be going through? If no one has any objections, I will be going through door 4. Door 5? Okay, that's one. One vote for door 5, one vote for door 4. Used to... Okay, okay. One vote for 4, one vote for 5. 5 takes priority because you're in the audience. The audience votes take priority. Right, going once. Going twice. Going thrice. Sold! Hey, wait! Junpei's cry echoed across the room. The 4 people walking toward the door stopped and turned back toward him. I want to go through door 5 too. The words were scarcely out of his mouth when Jun spoke up. What? What are you saying, Junpei? If you're going through that door, then I'm going with you. He turned around to look at her. No, you can't. I can't take you with me. Why? Where? Well, you know what's in there, don't you? Are you sure you want to see that? June opened her mouth as if to say something, but instead closed it again and looked at the floor. Junpei felt an ache in his chest at her distress, but the choice was not his to make. There was nothing else he could do. Junpei turned away from June, doing his best to silence his turbulent emotions. Please, let me go into door 5. 7 scratched his head and looked at the young man. Man, now we're right back to where we started, you know that? Junpei's bracelet number is 5, right? If we're going to add Junpei, then we must subtract 5 from the rest of us. Snake turned to Ace. Ace, please take good care of Clover. Oh, alright. That's fine. 1 plus 4 equals 5. Don't go away! You need to listen to me, Clover. Go to door 4 with the others. No! Don't be so selfish! Snake's tone was harsh. Tears welled up in Clover's eyes. She bit her lip and did her best to fight them off. Snake's expression softened and he put his arms around Clover. He held her close and whispered into her ear. You'll be fine. Just relax. It looked as though he whispered 2 or 3 more words, but whatever they were, Junpei couldn't hear them. He couldn't help but wonder what the other man had said. Snake pulled back from his sister, his eyes kind and inquiring. Okay, I understand. Her voice was barely audible from where Junpei stood. Before long, new teams were assembled. Those going to door 5, 7, Snake, and Junpei. 7 plus 2 plus 5 equals 14, becomes 1 plus 4 equals 5. Those going to door 4, Lotus, Santa, June, Ace, and Clover. 8 plus 3 plus 6 plus 1 plus 4 equals 22, becomes 2 plus 2 equals 4. 7, Snake, and Junpei scanned their numbered bracelets in quick succession. The screen of the red showed 3 asterisks. Alright then, let's go! Junpei glanced around one last time, his hand resting on the lever of the red. Okay, please be careful. Concern was written plainly across her face. Junpei looked her in the eye and gave what he hoped was a reassuring nod. He pulled the lever. With a sharp clack of a lock releasing, the door swung open. Ahead of them in the small hallway were the pitiful remains of the 9th man. For a moment, Junpei froze. Try as he might, his eyes would not leave the corpse, and his feet would not leave the floor. 7 too seemed paralyzed. Snake, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned. He walked calmly down the bloody hallway, and only stopped when he realized his companions were not following. Do you intend to kill me? I assume you haven't forgotten the door only remains open for 9 seconds, have you? He hadn't even bothered to turn around. His head was, at most, slightly cocked toward one shoulder. Junpei and 7 looked at one another, nodded, and threw themselves through the door. As they did, a cold tone sounded from the left wrists of all 3 men. Seven and Junpei looked down at their bracelets. On both of them, and on Snake's, a red skull had flickered to life. The detonator had begun its countdown. They had scarcely processed this information when... With a metallic slam, the numbered door behind them swung shut. Unless they could find a device that would deactivate the detonators on their wrists, they would not be leaving the hallway. Hey! Where's the dead? The fear and urgency in Seven's face reflected what all three of them felt. Junpei spun around, searching desperately for the dead. He found it easily enough. It was on the wall next to the closed door labeled 5. Found it! Right here! As he yelled, he struck the scanner with his hand. The other two scrambled to follow suit. As soon as they finished, Snake threw the lever down. Whew. Well, looks like it stopped. As he spoke, Junpei wiped the sweat from his forehead with a trembling hand. God damn thing's gonna give me a heart attack! A muscle stood out in Seven's neck, and the corners of his mouth were twitching. Junpei, are you alright? Are you guys really okay? They could hear the anxious voices, muffled but distinct, from the other side of the door. Yeah, we're fine! The detonators have been deactivated. I heard relieved sighs. Even through the door, the three men could feel the tension disperse. All right, we're moving on. Be careful, okay? Okay. Sure thing. They heard footsteps moving away. Before long, they were alone again. Junpei looked around. The hallway hit a dead end 20 or 30 feet from where they stood. A thick iron wall blocked their way. Try as they might to force it, the wall refused to move. To the left, however, was a wooden door that looked positively inviting by comparison. In the middle of it was a plaque that read First Class. First class cabin, huh? Well, it seems like it. Let's have a look then, shall we? Without hesitation, Snake opened the door and stepped inside. Seven followed closely behind him. Junpei moved to follow them as well, but he stopped just short of the threshold and looked back, not knowing why. Lying in the small hallway was a man's body, or at least what was left of it. He tried hard to avoid looking at the grisly scene, but it just wouldn't leave his mind. What had once been a man's internal organs now looked like so much vomit, as though something had chewed up and spit out the better part of his torso. It was hideous, but worse still, it was cruel. It was hard to believe the thing on the floor had once been human. A black pool of thick blood, the lumps of glistening flesh spread across the floor, the awkward twisted tangle of shredded intestines, the head wrenched to some grotesque, unnatural position. The man's glasses lay next to his head. The lenses were cracked, and the frame bent and distorted. And next to the glasses lay a bracelet, the number 9 still displayed on its face. Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1, you escape from the ship. 2, your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or detects that its rarest heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically. Suddenly, Junpei felt his stomach convulse, and a knot of muscle gripped his throat. He clapped his hands over his mouth and ran to the first-class cabin. The atmosphere changed immediately. The room was gorgeous, and despite the apparent age of the ship, none the worse for wear. He looked around. Seven and Snake were nowhere to be seen. There were 2 doors on the right side of the room. He opened the one on his right and went through. On the other side of the door was a short hallway. He jogged down the hallway, opened the door at the other end, and peeked through. There they were, to his right, busy examining something. He stepped through the door and walked toward them. What's up? Check this out. We found this thing here on the door. The red light's on. Does that mean it's locked? So I would assume. Is there any way out? We looked around a little. Other than the store, we didn't find anything. So you're telling me that unless we can open this door, yes, we won't be going anywhere. Junpei stepped away from the door and looked around the room. The room they were in looked like a bedroom. He figured the room he'd originally entered was the living room, or whatever passed for one on a ship. Alright, let's find a way to open this door. Come on, guys! Sweet! You'll be personally not voting when you make a choice, so you won't spoil the optional route unless you ask me to. Honestly, that is a good point. That is a good point. I mean, I'm going to take that whatever, like, thing you vote on isn't necessarily going to be the optimal one. But, you know, it's fine, it's fine. What I will likely be doing throughout the playthrough is that once I go through down one branch, I'm gonna do a depth first search for the rest of the stuff. Whenever there's like multiple choices that can be made that have not been chosen, that's when I'll ask for, you know, opinions and all that. What's this? This isn't a score. Is this a map of the ship? A map? There's a map of the ship here? Yeah. Then I imagine it will prove very helpful. You'd best hold on to it, Junpei. Okay. Yay, I can use the map screen, and it's gonna give me a tutorial. And also, hi, Stegosaurus! How are you doing? Just, playing some 999. And by playing it, I mean, yeah, I guess I'm playing it, but... What's it doing? This piano, there's something amiss with the keys. You mean it's out of tune or something? No, not that. It's properly tuned, just... Well, the sounds are clearly purposely different. The C key doesn't yield a C, but rather a different note entirely. Same goes for the D keys. They play some other note. Huh. Why do you think it's like that? Isn't it painfully obvious? Zero modified it in some way. This piano, you see, is part of one of the puzzles Zero has set for us. Perhaps if we play the keys in the correct order, something will happen. In other words, we need to play a song on the piano. I believe so. Realize what they mean. Everyone must contribute, and the only way the Deads will shut off the bombs is when everyone scans their bracelet. Yep, exactly. Exactly. It's totally a table with a mirror. Ah, yes. You know, that sort of thing is known as a vanity. Were you aware of that, Junpei? Of course, vanity also refers to self-love, conceit, and narcissism. As such, you would say that every day when a woman looks into one of these, she is staring at her own conceit and narcissism. Doesn't that strike you as terribly sad? A bed. A white desk. It was kind of fancy. Is this a cover for something? Looks like you could slip something into it, but there's nothing in there. Well, it says score on the front. So you think this is for filing sports scores or something? No, I don't think so. I think score probably means musical score. So this is like a folder for some sheet music or something. This is some sort of an antique desk. Makes sense though, I guess. This whole room's full of antiques. You get a nice handful of cash for all this stuff in here. Hey Junpei, where are you going? Didn't we come out of that door? No point to going back there. Well, that's out there, a locked numbered door and a dead body, or what's left of it. Yeah. Yeah, so, but yeah, I'm, yeah, Stegosaurus, please note the content warning. The content warning, note the content warning. This game doesn't, you know, mess around. 3 race. Do you remember the solutions? Suppose you can save them if you're stuck? Yeah, go for it, honestly. I don't really care about those solutions all that much. Anything to actually make the story go more smoothly, you know? There's a couple of lights on the wall. But I'd suggest doing it if it looks like that I'm having trouble. Or if I'm like, okay, yeah, I've lost patience. Go ahead and just give me solutions and all that. But I'll probably just look up a spoiler-free walkthrough. Well, not even spoiler-free. I don't care if it's a spoiler walkthrough. because I already know the story of this game. There's a fireplace. There's an iron grate in front of the fireplace. There's something behind it. This couch looks just big enough for 3 people. Looks perfect for me. What? Perfect for an elegant gentleman like myself. This couch looks a lot more elegant. Hey, there's something you weren't saying. Never mind. I get it. You're gonna use this vase, right? That's pretty clever, Junpei. Just gotta fill this thing with water. Sweet! Water! There's what's a vase on this table? Woohoo. Oh? It's a rectangular piece of glass. You can see right through it. There's a couple of G notes written on it. That wasn't 7. There's a couple of G notes written on it. Huh. Wonder what that means. Suitcase made you... Huh. Well, shoot. Looks like there's nothing in it. Dang, nothing in there. You're fine with it? Okay, sounds good, Stegosaurus. Good! Then yay! You're bearing witness to one of my favorite visual novels of all time. Oh, I frickin' love it. Should probably put a mature Twitch warning for other people when I know it. Before... I think that does that automatically. I think it does that automatically for... Yeah, that does that automatically for, like, 999. Because it automatically labels it as a mature rated game. So. So yeah. Since it does that automatically, I should be good. The bathtub's full of gross, cloudy water. Hey, Junpei, we just found that blue vase, right? Think maybe we could use it for something? Yeah. Bathroom tub's full of gross, cloudy water. Alright, shouldn't be too hard to fill this vase up. Woohoo! Hey, Junpei! What are you doing over there? And one thing to do now that you got that thing full of water. Come on, what are you waiting for? Yay! Oh, the sink's clean. Any water? Nothing coming out. You've got the faucet on all the way, but I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything. And there we are in the mirror. What a pair. College kid and a terrifying giant of a man in a beanie. Stuck in a cramped bathroom. With this beast of a man. What would my parents say? Something wrong, Junpei? Looked real sad all of a sudden. No, nothing. Oh, hey, it's a toilet! You know, in the bathroom. It's a toilet. Doesn't seem to be anything in the toilet or the tank. Some toilet paper on the wall there. Nothing that looks suspicious. Okay, yeah, there's nothing in there. Wait, no. Oh, hey, there's a safe. This safe is locked. It's one of those dial locks. Doesn't have a key. You just need to get the dials in the right place and it'll open. Did you find anything, 7? Nope. How about you, Snake? I also found nothing. It does have a thing in the corner of the screen saying intended for certain audiences. Yes, that's good. That's good. Yeah, it does that automatically for mature games, which I am very thankful for. Hey, another score plate. Ninth man's body's on the other side of that door. Maybe I don't want to go out there after all. Alright, time to put this fire out. About time, buddy, let's do it! Here we go! Ha ha ha! Good job! Another success! That fire didn't stand a chance! Alright, I'll just pull this out now. Don't want to get burned, so let's pull down the sleeves. Another score plate. It's a ceramic plate of some kind. Looks like a blank sheet of music. Okay, so, alright, so yeah, I'm gonna do that. As Junpei tucked the plate into his pocket, Seven cried out and stumbled, his balance lost. He threw out a hand and caught the wall in time to steady himself and avoid the floor, but his face was flushed and he looked startled. Hey, Seven, what the hell was that? You alright? Yeah, I'm fine. I just felt a little dizzy, that's all. Seven rubbed a couple of fingers across his brow and then shook his head as if to clear it. What the hell's wrong with me? First some memory loss, and now I'm getting dizzy for no reason. Memory loss? Junpei couldn't hide the surprise in his voice. Seven, for his part, seemed unconcerned. Right, guess I haven't told you, have I? Told the rest of them, but that must have been before you showed up. Well, the long and short of it is that I don't remember jack from before I woke up here. Didn't realize I hadn't told you. Whoa, wait a minute. You're talking about amnesia, right? Yeah, I guess so. Well, why are you an amnesiac? What happened to you? If I knew that, I wouldn't really be one, would I? Yeah, I guess that's true. Junpei paused for a moment and stared at Seven. Are you telling the truth? Huh? Well, you look pretty calm for somebody who doesn't remember anything. If you've really got amnesia, shouldn't you be, like, upset or confused or something? Well, sure. I mean, I was pretty confused when I woke up down on D-Deck, but that was a while ago. I've had some time to get used to it. After a while, I figured it wasn't worth the trouble of worrying about it. After all, why worry about something I can't change? Well, people usually don't stay amnesiacs forever. I figured it'll work itself out eventually. That's it? That's it. Alright, that's enough talking for now. Let's get back to work. Seven gave Junpei a look the younger man wasn't sure how to interpret, and turned to walk away. Somehow, though, Junpei didn't find his assurances very reassuring. Alright. Where is the bathroom? Oh, that's right. Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted. Oh, right, hold on. What was the room with that dark room? I think that's another escape room that I'm thinking of. Wait. You know, part of the issue is the navigation. There we go. There's a plug on the end of this chain. Alright, why don't we just drain this water? Yeah, good plan. Alright, where's that thing? A tug gotta be enough to get it out. Huh? There's a plate sitting at the bottom of the bathtub. Go in the bathroom. Alright, so I think that might be all the plates that I need. I'll put the ceramic plate on the bottom, and the glass plate's on top. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Well, I put them all on top of each other, but they look odd. It doesn't really look like a song. And in all likelihood, we haven't found them all. We need to find more glass plates. Wait, really? Okay. Okay, if you say so. Oh, hey. Okay, I lied. True, you don't see too many these days. I can't say the details, obviously, but I imagine it's one of those princess beds Clover is so fond of. Clover wants one of these? Yes. She wants a princess bed. Didn't I say that? You think it doesn't suit her? Yeah, I guess you could say that. Ah, Junpei. Judge her by appearances, will you? Where you should not. There we go. It took Junpei by surprise. Snake, usually so calm and collected, suddenly began to move. Hi, Xiao. How are you doing? Hi. Yeah, pretty graphic descriptions. Yeah. Mochi making a non-PG-13 stream real? Yeah, actually. It's for Mochi Spookytime, you know? And also, this is one of my favorite visual novels of all time, so. Yeah, how are you doing, Chow? Finally finished the yarn wig for your niece's costume. Let's go, Chow! Let's freaking go! You love to see it. So what kind of, thing is going on for Halloween, then? Do I have an estimation for when I'll be ending the stream? I'm gonna try to get one of the endings. But I don't want to go, like, too late either. Okay, so it's been about 2.5 hours. So maybe an hour and a half. I also want to find a good place to end it. You also have to rapidly learn how to crochet to make it. Oh boy. Nice, we love rapidly learning things. Let's go, Chell! Learning a new skill. You love to see it. Huh, yeah, post pictures in the Discord, for sure. Couch Patch Kid. Okay, you know what? That makes so much sense. That explains the, yarn. Makes a lot of sense. I hope you're doing well, Chow. I don't know if you're familiar with 999 at all, but, yeah! One of my favorite visual novels of all time, baby! Anyway, I should continue this. No, Junpei thought, not staring. After all, he's blind. Blind or not, Snake was clearly attempting to do something. At last, Junpei could no longer contain his curiosity. What are you doing? Snake waited a moment before answering. I heard something strange. Something strange? Oh, well, never mind. It doesn't seem to be anything suspicious. I don't wish to toot my own horn, but my auditory senses are considerably more advanced than those of most humans. I notice even the slightest of noises. Right, are you gonna tell me you can hear a needle drop from a mile away? No, such a thing would be impossible. However, by listening to the sound of footsteps and breathing, as well as the sound echoing off of the environment, I can locate most objects. Oh yeah, that's right. Clover fell on the big staircase a little while ago. You were at her side immediately. So that was... Yes, I could hear it happening. In fact, I can run quite fast, certainly as fast as you. And should someone attempt to start a fight with me, I'm quite confident that I could defeat them. Junpei was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. He stared at Snake, skeptical. You don't believe me, do you? You're gonna give me a try? I must warn you, you'll no doubt regret it. Well, I suppose that's enough playing around. Let's resume our search, shall we? With a small, self-satisfied smile, Snake turned and walked away from Junpei. And there we go. Oh, would totally recommend it, child. But, you know, definitely not for the faint of heart, though. It's very intense. But the story is so freaking good, though. Alright, good. Sweet. Now I can play the music. Junpei, would you be so kind as to play the piano? I am unable to, you see. I'm sure I didn't tell you, but keys on this piano are not what you might expect them to be. C won't be C, D won't be D, and so forth. You must listen carefully to determine which keys to strike. Do you understand? Yeah. Alright, let's give this a shot. Okay, I need to get used to, like, the keys here. Okay, I don't have to do the sharps. That's good. What is wrong with this piano? Yeah, it was, retooled. Okay, so just that straight shot. Oops. All right. Done. Ah, shoot. Okay. No, I got this. I got this. There we go. Oh, the Westminster quarters. And we're done. Music is not my forte. Wait, what was that noise? Junpei, we did it! Looks like it worked. I heard something unlock over by the exit. Let's go. Good plan. Stand! Bow! Be seated! Well, I guess he hasn't forgotten. I guess he hasn't forgotten that. At least Snake thinks it's funny. Yes, I suppose that was the classroom bell, wasn't it? I don't imagine that's what Zero was thinking of, however. No, Zero was almost certainly meant to suggest Westminster, not middle school. Westminster? The palace in London that plays host these days to the Houses of Parliament. You've heard of Big Ben and the famous clock tower, yes? That Big Ben plays that very collection of notes on the hour. London. Capital of England, huh? At any rate, the door is now unlocked. Let's leave this place immediately. Woohoo! Yay, we get to leave! Alright, let's go! And I should actually get an achievement for this! Also, hi, Arrow! Hi! Yay! Achievement unlocked! Upgrade from economy! Because, you know, it was first class cabin. He came out of the door and into a long, straight hallway. He paused for a moment and turned around to look behind him. Seven was bent over, apparently doing something to the door. What's he up to? Junpei had spoke more or less to himself, but apparently Seven hadn't heard anyway. The larger man stood up and turned to Junpei. I was just putting one of those plates in there. It ought to keep the door from locking again. I can come back here anytime you want, right? Why would you want to come back here? Snake was a reasonable one. Seven thought about it for a moment before he answered. I might like to play a little piano. Piano? Come on, let's get moving. We are not out of this... Wait a minute. That's not Snake, that's Seven. Come on, let's get moving. We're not out of this yet. Without waiting for an answer, Seven started off down the hallway. Snake shrugged, sighed, and quietly followed Seven. That's a lie, Junpei thought to himself. He had difficulty enough believing Seven could play the piano. But even if he could, the piano they just left was largely useless. The keyboard completely scrambled. If Seven wanted to come back, it was unlikely he intended to do so in order to play the piano. But if that was the case, why would he want to leave the door unlocked? Junpei frowned, took one last look at the door, and then walked away toward his companions. After some time in the hallway, they emerged into a larger, more open area. A large metal grate, like the door of a jail, divided it in half. They shook it for a while, but as they had expected, it did not move. Behind the grate were two elevators. From so far away, however, it was difficult to tell if they were still operating. On the left side of the grate was a door. Unfortunately, however, it was locked and refused to open. Junpei took a moment to examine the left side of the room. Next to the wall was a set of stairs leading downward. Standing guard at the top of the stairway was a large iron gate. Foreboding as it was, the gate seemed to be the sort that could be opened, unlike the metal grate that bisected the room. With luck, Junpei hoped he might be able to get it open. The female symbol? He wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Snake, naturally, was somewhat more sure. Ah, the Venus symbol, I imagine. Do you recall the similar symbols near the large central stairway? They reference many of the solar bodies. Sun, Saturn, Earth. So, as you can see, that one is likely not the woman symbol, but a Venus symbol. So I assume. While they had been discussing the symbols, Junpei now realized 7 had slipped away. His absence now felt, Snake and Junpei turned to look for their missing companion. There. 7 had left them to head down the hallway extending to the right of the stairs. Good night, Paul. Sleep well. You're yawning like crazy. No worries, Paul. There'll still be a VOD of this if you want to look at it. Heck yeah, Paul. Well, we'll see you around soon. Yay, astrology. Well, more like astronomy. Because that is one of, like, the... Because I think those symbols were used for, like, scientific, like, denotations too, right? But anyway. Junpei grabbed Snake to lead him in the right direction, and they both headed off after 7. Before long, the three of them stood in front of a door. It was a French door. Junpei tested the door and realized that, unlike so many others that they'd encountered, it was unlocked. Almost as though he was afraid it would suddenly lock itself, Junpei threw the door open. He stepped inside. It took only a moment for Junpei to take in his new surroundings. Is this some kind of casino? Sure looks like one. Before Junpei could comment further, a noise from behind made him turn around. Snake was shaking the door they'd just come through. As 7 and Junpei watched, he threw up his hands in frustration and kicked the door for good measure. It looked as though they were once again locked in. There was no reason to panic, however. Even if the door had been left open, there was nowhere for them to go back there. They would have to find another way out. Alright guys, let's split up and search this room. Come on, no dawdling, let's go! Quickly now! Spurred to action by 7's words, Junpei and Snake began to examine the room. And hey, another escape room, baby! You tried to make tarot cards in the past and you gave up? Wait, really? Do you at least have, you know, some works in progress to share? Also, this is one of my favorite escape room songs in the game, by the way. This is called Nonary Game, I believe. I don't know. It's like one of the chill ones, you know. There's firewood in the fireplace. Junpei, I can feel a frame here. What sort of painting is it? Clouds, maybe? Clouds? Well, maybe it's a rabbit. A rabbit? Well, if it's not that, it might be a close-up of some teeth. Oh, I guess there's actually nothing there. Just a blank piece of canvas in a frame. I see. How strange. Didn't think I'd find a card here. Chords! So, I've got the symbols for heart, spade, and diamond here. There's no rust, though, so I imagine it probably still works. Well, dang. Chords. Suddenly, Seven began to speak.
Ah, Baccarat. You ever played Junpei?
Junpei shook his head. He barely even heard of the game.
Alright then, how about I explain the rules to you a bit? See, Baccarat is a kind of unusual game. You've got the banker and the player, and the whole point is that you guess which one's gonna win. And whether the banker or the player wins all depends on their hands. The way each hand works is different from other games, too. See, you take the number for the ones place after you add up the value of all your cards. Whoever gets the number closest to 9 wins. If your number is smaller than your opponent's, you lose. And that's it. That's the explanation. Got it? Well, actually, there's a lot more to it. Strategy, details, that sort of stuff. What I just told you sums the core of the game up pretty well. The single digit, the sum of all the cards you have. Strongest hand is a 9. And the weakest hand is a 0. You just ignore the number in the 10 spot. Did you get it?
He hadn't been asked for, but Seven's explanation, rushed though it had been, was helpful. Although he had only half understood most of it, Junpei now felt as though he had some grasp of how victory was won in Baccarat. However, Junpei had no way of knowing if the puzzle on the Baccarat table in front of them had made use of those rules, and if it did, in what way. No problem, he told himself. He would simply have to try everything he could think of. Feeling more confident, if only slightly, Junpei approached the Baccarat table. I could see the playing card behind the thick glass case. It's the 8 of spades. Yeah, I think I need more cards for this. Because the goal is to get a 9.
Well, would you look at that? Someone's left a bottle of booze here. Don't mind if I do.
Go, 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 go.
Ah, oh, that hits the spot. Feels like my throat's burning.
Damn, he really drank it. I don't even know how long it's been there.
That's a lot of expensive glasses. Even cheap drinks taste great out of glasses like these.
Playing card? Something on the counter. Looks like a card. Playing card. Yay! I'm finding all the cards! Gotta collect them all. Nothing on the table anymore. How do we get this 9? So, I think we need to play 3 cards that has a 9 in the ones place. You ignore the 10s place. Because there's an 8 here. Okay, 7, 6, 14. No. 7 and 6 is 13. So I don't know if that's 12. Yeah, I don't have the right cards, I don't think. Do I have the right cards? So 3. But then the last one would have to be a 10. Uh, 6. How exactly do we get this 9? That is a good question. This is actually a pretty easy puzzle, but I think maybe I'm just missing a card. I think I'm just missing a card. 4, 3, 7. Then we do 4. I have like 1. And if I had an ace, that would be great. I think I need an ace, but I don't know. Where's the ace?
At least this one isn't lit like the one in the first class cabin. Maybe that's why it feels a little chilly in here.
Chandeliers hang, chandelier-like, from the ceiling.
Check out that stained glass.
How beautiful.
What?
Huh? Stained glass is colored pieces of glass placed together in a frame. As I've said many times before, I need only touch it to know. I can at least discern the basic structure. Okay, there's gotta be. Locked tight, can't get it open. Shoot. I'm accidentally putting the clicking on it again after it ends. Huh, a light. Wait, Snake just tense up? Hey, what's up? No, never mind. No need to worry. Oh boy. Seems the card is attached to the panel. And attached very well, it seems. If you don't mind, what sort of card is this? It's a playing card. Ace of spades, in fact. Oh, I need that card! Alright, let's give it a shot. Wait. I need that 8! Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it. Okay. How do I get that? Maybe I just gotta get an 8 then. Hey, 7, are we really supposed to play Baccarat?
It's the Baccarat table. What the hell else would we do? Stop worrying about it. It's real simple. What's the opponent's hand?
Well, there's an 8 in that glass case.
Alright, then that's your opponent's number. If that's the case, what 3 cards do we need to get that number?
3 cards?
There are a couple of indentations with like white lines around them, right? Those mean you gotta put down 3 cards. So...
Beat 3 cards here to defeat the opponent's 8. That's what I've gotta do, I guess.
Yeah, I think so.
Something tells me those aren't the only rules. Alright, let's give it a shot. Up rules straight. Alright. Ba-da-da. Let's just guess here. No. Okay, just have to make it equal to 8 then. Alright, if I just put down these 3 cards. Yes! Open for me!
Great! You did it, Junpei! You think it's telling us to take the 8 card? Come on, let's grab it!
Alright, let's take this card. Yay! Yep, I was making it a little bit too complicated. A little bit too complicated. So now I just gotta place the 8. In you go. Hey! Alright, it opened up! It seems we have another device to contend with, yes?
There are 3 slots in this one.
Let's see. 3 slots for cards. There's a 9 right below them.
So that probably means we gotta make 9 with the 3 cards we put in the slots, right? Just like we do over the Baccarat table.
Alright, let's give it a shot. Okay, I need a 2. I don't have enough cards.
Do you think maybe we don't have enough cards? Yeah, probably. I mean, there's got to be some more lying around somewhere. So, where's the 2 then? Where is that 2? 5 plus 7 equals 18. Ignore the 10th position. Yep, just ignore the... Yeah, just ignore the 10th position. That was the solution to that one. Alright, I feel like I might be blind or something. Wait, when those 2 lights turned on, I heard something from the bottom of the fireplace. What was that? I heard something down there. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. There are a whole bunch of coins stuffed into this Velour bag. Look at all those coins. Perhaps these coins will allow us to convince the machines to move. Well, at any rate, this gate is very impressive. Feels like granite? Seems to be elaborately decorated in several places. Shame I cannot see it. I was actually just trying to turn around. Alright, let's drop this coin in the coin slot. Come on, you little bastards, I only need one of you. Oh, wait a minute, what was that symbol on the wall? That was a tough one. What is so tough, if I might ask? I don't need it. Yeah, I don't need to hit him just right. I know the solution. He's like, I wonder what happened. Mash all the reels. I imagine the prize would be tools that would lead to our escape. Okay, clubs, diamond, heart. Okay. Dang it. Whoa. 777. Yes, 777. And I think I hear something unlocking in there. Impressive, Junpei. It would appear to be unlocked now. There's something akin to a drawer in the bottom part of this machine, yes? That is a pickup drawer for dividend. Probably the lock for the drawer got unlocked. Please open it, if you would. That literally took more time to read than it would have taken me to open it. Yeah, it's the order in which you push the buttons, yeah. What is it? Is there something in there? Yeah, playing card. And this, a key with a Venus symbol on it. Excellent, Junpei. Now we'll be able to open the gate. We just need to figure out how to get out of this room. Correct. Come on, Junpei, hurry up. And he's off. There's a playing card and a Venus key. Better put the key in my pocket for later. As for the card... Alright, I needed that too card. And process of basically, technically just gotta all the rest of the stuff in there. Alright, so I put all the cards we had left in the slots. What happens now? Is that... Yes! I did hear something from the exit! Excellent work, Junpei. Wonderful. Seems the exit is unlocked. Let's go. Woohoo! And I get another achievement for this! Alright, let's go! You found it! Yeah, baby! Yeah, baby! Junpei and his companions ran out of the casino into a large open room.
A room, in fact, that they had been in once before. There was little to surprise them there. They already knew what their next step had to be. The iron gate still stood in place, locked tight, blocking the stairway. In the center of the gate was the keyhole, engraved with the Venus symbol. This time, however, Junpei had the Venus key in his pocket. Wasting no time, he pulled it out and shoved it into the keyhole. He turned it. With a distinctive sound of metal on metal, he felt the lock click open. Alright, let's get this thing open. No problem. Let me help with this one. Junpei grabbed the handle on the left side, and Seven took the handle on the right. On Junpei's signal, they both pushed. The gate creaked open. It sounds as though you have opened it. We should be able to reach C deck now, I imagine. Snake, are you gonna be alright? I mean, the stairs. Please do not do yourself the embarrassment of underestimating me. I would be unlikely to trip even if I were running backwards. Good to hear. Let's move. With Seven's words, they leapt onto the stairs and jogged quickly down them. No time at all, they found themselves on C deck. Junpei ran down the stairs a little farther, in hopes of checking on the deck below. When he reached the water, he called back up to Snake and Seven. Just what I thought. The deck is completely underwater. Just like the bottom of the central staircase. The surface of the water below them was flat, like a mirror. That it had not been changed too greatly since they'd last seen it was a great relief. Junpei quickly retraced his steps and headed back to C deck. In front of the stairs were a pair of elevators. They appeared to be identical to the ones from the upper floor. Between them, attached to the wall, was another card reader. And next to that was another strange symbol. Hey, check it out. It's the symbol for Lotus. What? See, it's got the woman's symbol, and then it's got devil horns, right? Yeah, I see it. No two ways about it. That was a pretty good one, kid. Seven tousled Junpei's hair in what he likely thought to be a friendly manner. Junpei feared his neck might break, even though it was clear Seven had kept his strength in check. Thankfully, Snake interrupted. After Junpei's observation, he'd gone over to examine the card reader. This is a Mercury symbol. The marks you mistook for horns are a stylized version of the wings and staff of Hermes. Wings and a staff, huh? So she beats you with the staff until you die and go to heaven? Sounds like Lotus, all right. Seven shook Junpei's head even more vigorously, and the younger man began to feel as though his brain was being jostled about inside his skull. He began to feel rather ill. Unless we can activate this device, I doubt the elevator will function. In other words, we gotta find a key card with a Mercury symbol on it. So I would assume. They decided to leave the elevators alone for the time being, and headed back to the stairs. To the left was another hallway. There were a great many doors lining both sides of the hallway. They seemed to stretch on forever, and all three men suddenly felt very small. Ah, shit! We're not gonna have enough time to check all of these, are we? Maybe we can come back here later. Let's check out the other side. They turned around and went back the way they'd come. To the right of the stairs, another hallway stretched out, reaching deep into the bowels of the ship. After a few moments of moving briskly down the hallway, they emerged into an area roughly the same size and shape as the one at the top of the stairs. On the left side of the room were 4 French doors. Well, let's open it up! Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. He gave it a small tug and felt it move. It was unlocked. Thrilled to have found another unlocked door, he threw it open. Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw. Oh, you need to head out? Alright, sounds good, Omega. Sounds good. Thank you for stopping by and watching. No, hopefully see you next time. He simply stood, unable to speak. Seven's eyes opened wide and his mouth gaped. After a few long moments, Seven at last managed to speak.
Hey, what is this place? Massive room stretched out in front of them. More a cavern than a room. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on Seven and Junpei. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds. They were simple things, little more than pipe and thin mattresses. Is this a hospital? He had at last been able to put a name to the harsh scent that pervaded the room. The room was full of the clean smell of antiseptic solution. In the center of the room were shelves stacked with medicine, a number of medical devices the function of which Junpei did not know. More importantly, however, on the back wall of the room were 4 doors. 3 of them were emblazoned with large single-digit numbers made with thick red paint. The door on the left was labeled 3. The second door from the left had no number, but the third had been given a 7. The door on the right bore an 8. There could be no doubt they were numbered doors. It did strike Junpei as strange, however, that the door between 3 and 7 should be blank. What, he wondered, could it mean? Let's take a look at those doors. Yeah, good idea. The 3 of them threaded their way through the beds toward the back of the room. Upon reaching them, they proceeded to investigate each door in turn, but to no avail. Yep, locked just like I thought. Naturally. After all, there are rules to the Nonary game, and to allow these doors to open easily would violate those rules. Unless we can authenticate ourselves with the red, the numbers doors will... Whoa, check this out! Suddenly, Seven spoke up, interrupting Snake. Look at the red. There's nothing on it. Huh? Don't you remember the red back of the main staircase? If there wasn't anyone in it, it said vacant on the little screen, remember? Oh yeah. Yeah, you're right. But this one... There's nothing. There's nothing. Right? You think it's broken? Only one way to find out. Junpei and the others put their hands on the panel, but nothing happened. The red refused to change. I tried pulling the lever, still nothing. As soon as they discovered, it wasn't only the red on door 8 that seemed to be malfunctioning. The red on door 7 and the red on door 3, none of them worked. What, they wondered, did it mean? It's gotta be broken. And that bastard. I didn't think Zero was the kind of guy who'd screw around with something like this. Whoa. Zero's been prepared for everything so far. And you're saying he's gonna make a mistake now? Well, that's the only thing I could think of. This thing ain't working at all. While Junpei and Seven talked, Snake busied himself with examining the red. After a time, he lowered his hands and spoke. It seems as if some of the internal hardware has been removed. Internal hardware? That is what I said. Take a look at the underside of this red, if you please. Junpei obliged, and bent over to look at the underside of the device. A long, thin slit ran along the bottom. As he looked harder, he realized it was more of a slot than a slit, and that it was clearly meant to accommodate some manner of electrical device. The other 2 reds were the same. Something had clearly been removed from all 3 of them. I get it. So the reds aren't working because somebody pulled out their guts. So I assume. Welcome back, Peggle! But why? Who? I mean, it doesn't really make sense. I have no idea. Why on earth would I know something like that? Just then, they heard the sound of a door opening. The 3 of them turned and saw... Kane. Oh no, Junpei thought, it's... June! She stopped short, surprised to see them, and was very nearly bowled over by the rest of her companions, who were coming through the door behind her. Ace, Santa, Clover, and Lotus all poured out of the door, each of them as surprised as the last to see Junpei, Snake, and Seven. Junpei and Seven were, for the moment, at a loss for words. What are you guys doing? Why are you...
After a moment of silence and surprise, everyone suddenly began to talk, desperate to exchange information. They talked about the rooms they'd been through and how they'd ended up in the same place. Of course, none of it was very useful information, but that hardly mattered. They were happy to simply see one another again. Although the level of cheer varied greatly from person to person, each one of them was wearing some manner of smile. Almost as though they had already forgotten about the death of the ninth man. No, thought Junpei, perhaps that wasn't it. Perhaps thoughts of his death were what drove them to smile at one another. Not in a morbid or hateful way, no. The ninth man had died. But they were still alive, and that was somehow something to be happy about. A sort of simple, uncomplimented joy, Junpei thought. The joy of being alive. Still alive. He felt sorry for the ninth man, but more than anything, Junpei was just happy to be alive. This is bad, though. If the red isn't working, we can't keep going. You love his British accent on the PC version. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to emulate that. I can't just emulate that and butcher an accent, you know? Your service is still like you're lurking best you can. Well, I appreciate it, Peggle. You need to do a tier list of all the Zero Escape characters. Oh, that would be cool. And put Eric in F- tier. For both of our sanities. What about that big hallway? Maybe there's somewhere in there we might be able to go. No, there's nothing there. The five of us had a quick look. There were a great many rooms, although none of them appeared to have held patients for quite some time. Oh my god, did you say you're supposed to head out? Wow, okay, so apparently that's the secret to bringing Omega back. Wow.
Patients? You mean all those doors of her hospital rooms?
Fine, you were lurking. Okay, you know, it's fine, it's fine. We love lurkers here. We love lurkers here.
Yes. Apparently they have a number of individual rooms, in addition to this large central room.
There was a door down at the end of the hallway too, but it was locked. It had one of those solar system mark things on it. It was the Jupiter symbol. Jupiter. I wonder what it means. Confusion seemed to be the consensus. That reminds me, what's the deal with this big room anyway? You're back from eating din-dins? Okay, well, we escaped the room. Everyone met up together again in this big hospital room where there are 3 more numbered doors. What is this thing? Was this some kind of huge passenger ship? No one, not even Snake, appeared ready to offer an answer until Seven unexpectedly spoke up.
I bet it's a hospital ship. In fact, it's probably the Gigantic.
The Gigantic? Junpei looked at Seven, shocked both by his knowledge and the apparent identity of their prison. Yeah, they are creepy, aren't they? He was not the only one. What's the Gigantic? Seven nodded to Lotus and began to speak.
The Gigantic...
He explained that she had been a sister ship to the Titanic, built in the early 20th century. The Titanic had 2 sister ships, who were identical to one another in nearly every aspect. The Gigantic was said to be one of them. She was initially intended to be a passenger liner like the Titanic, but soon after the ship was launched, the First World War began, and she was pressed into duty by the British Navy as a hospital ship. Sometime later, the Gigantic was damaged by a German mine in the Aegean Sea. She managed to run aground after the incident, and consequently was not sunk. What then happened to the Gigantic after her fateful encounter in the Aegean Sea? One theory ran that a man named Lord Gordain purchased her. Lord Gordain, it seemed, had been one of the few survivors of the Titanic tragedy, and that trauma had turned him into an obsessive collector of all things related to the Titanic. As his obsession deepened, he began to desire the Titanic itself. That, of course, was impossible. The Titanic lay at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The Gigantic, however, had not suffered such a dire fate, and as she was identical to her sister ship, she caught Lord Gordain's eye. So you're saying this Lord Gordain bought this ship?
Yeah. At least I think I am.
That's impossible. No way we're in some kind of boat that's almost 100 years old. Pipe down. Just pay attention. What, that's it? Well, have you got any proof?
Proof?
Proof that this ship really is the gigantic.
Well, the ship's got stuff that's like the Titanic and a hospital ship. So I just figured...
Oh, for goodness. Don't tell me that's your only reason.
No, I've got more.
Like?
Well, I mean...
Seven looked around desperately, doing anything to avoid meeting Lotus's piercing stare. He scratched his head for a moment, then gave up. Finally, he opened his mouth.
I don't know.
Lotus sighed and shook her head. I guess your memory isn't back yet, is it?
No, sorry.
Then, almost as if to save Seven from further embarrassment, a bell began to ring from far away. It sounded as though it was the clock at the main stairway. Junpei counted each chime carefully. 10, 11, 12. It's midnight. And we still got 6 hours left, right?
Let's just get moving. We gotta find that hardware the Reds are missing.
That's all well and good, but where are we going to look?
Well, we've already searched the big patient room.
They had been examining the room as they talked.
But we haven't found anything.
Right.
Well, there's only one thing left to do.
Just one?
Ah, well, not just one.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me we have to search all of these rooms?
Well, you already checked some of them out before you came here, right?
We each checked a single room, so 5 rooms in total.
Alright then, that's 5 rooms we don't have to search. If we split up, it won't be that bad. Each of us can do 6 rooms apiece, we'll have the other 48 rooms cleared in no time.
There are 48 other rooms? Lotus did not seem excited by the prospect. Seven fidgeted nervously before responding.
Maybe?
After some discussion, the 8 of them decided which rooms to begin with and in what order they would go. Junpei was chosen to search the rooms on the starboard side, moving from fore to aft. They also determined when they would return to report their findings, the next time the clock sounded the time. When it did, they would meet back in the large central room full of beds. If, during their search, any one of them were to locate the missing components, they were to yell for the others. If the strategy failed, they returned to discuss their options later. The details decided, they left to begin searching. Out into the hallway they went, each to the rooms they'd been assigned. However, from far away, Junpei heard the bell ring. It did so only once. It was 1 a.m. And yes, Eric is insufferable. He is very insufferable, for sure. He jogged through the entrance of the large hospital room to find 6 of the others already there. Ace, Santa, Clover, June, Seven, and Lotus. They had gathered in front of door 8. Or perhaps, to be accurate, they had gathered in front of the red next to door number 8. Had one of them found the missing piece? What happened, guys? It was June who answered him. Junpei, look! She was pointing at the red. He pushed through the others until he stood in front of it. Immediately, he knew what she had meant. The display on the front of the red read vacant. Junpei sighed. Come on, guys, who was it? I thought we were supposed to yell if we found it. Well, Junpei wondered why she was hesitating. The others looked as confused as June, but kept their mouths shut. What the hell? What is up with you guys? They all knew something he didn't, and Junpei wasn't about to leave things that way. Finally, Lotus frowned and spoke. Well, that's the thing. We don't know. You don't know. When I got back, it was already like this. There was no one else here. That means I was the first one back, but the missing parts were already back in the red. Junpei looked at the bottom of the red again, just to make sure. The slot that had been open on the bottom was now covered with metal. Clearly, whatever had been missing had been returned. What about the other two? They're the same. Junpei quickly examined the other two boxes. Satisfied that they were also repaired, but still very confused, he returned to the others. Alright, I just want to be sure here. Nobody has any idea what the hell happened here, right? Ace and June nodded silently. Seven raised his hands as if to say, not me, and Santa just shrugged. Only Clover lowered her head and did nothing. Huh? Wait a minute. That was when he noticed. Where's Snake? Junpei swept his eyes across the room a second time, but Snake was nowhere to be seen. Does that mean he found them? Does that mean he found him? I have no idea. There's nothing to suggest it, but nothing to suggest he didn't either. I don't suppose we'll know until we can ask him in person. Well, whatever he did or didn't do, he's pretty damn late. What the hell is he up to? Maybe he's lost. Yeah, well, that seems likely. Dude can't see. I don't know how he gets around in the first place. Clover raised her head. No, that's impossible! Suddenly, she was shouting. Yeah, my brother's blind, but he's got really great hearing. He can get around as well as anyone who can see. So he couldn't get lost. That's impossible. Clover had started to shake, and the knuckles of her hands had gone white. She spun around, but before she did, Junpei noticed tears welling up in her eyes. I'm gonna go look for him. The words were barely out of her mouth when she began to run. Hey! Hold on, Clover, wait! Junpei cried out to her, but he was too slow. She kept going, and before anyone else could react, she was gone. Damn it! What should we do now? Well, the red is working now. No, we're not leaving two people behind. We should go look for them. Oh man, this ain't good. Oh yes, what an excellent idea. We just wasted a bunch of time looking for some piece of electronic junk, and now let's waste some more by looking for a couple of idiots. Then remain here if you feel you must, but there's no time. We've only 5 hours left. Junpei and the others nodded to one another and took off at a run. In front of the stairs that led to B deck, they decided to split up. They quickly assigned search areas and went their separate ways. Soon, only 2 of them were left. Those 2 were Junpei and June, who had been a few steps behind the others. Alright, we should go too. Yes, let's go. But where should we start? Let's see. How about the casino on B deck? Okay, sounds good. They took off up the stairs at a run. Before they knew it, they were there. So was Lotus. She was leaning against the wall, examining her nails. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She glanced up at him, unimpressed. Isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Snake. I'm just not seeing it. Really? Maybe you need to look harder. Junpei didn't think that was the problem. Oh, by the way, I've got a proposal for you two. Care to hear it? What is it? Well, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get right to it. Why don't we team up? Team up? Yeah. What, you need me to explain it to you? I'm saying, why don't we go through a numbered door? Even if we wanted to, that's impossible. Why? Junpei's bracelet number is 5, mine is 6, and yours is 8. Our digital root would be 1. 5 plus 6 plus 8 equals 19. Becomes 1 plus 9 equals 10. Becomes 1 plus 0 equals 1. But there's no number 1 door in the large hospital room. Who is she? Wait. Lotus or June? Judging by the blush, I'm guessing you're probably talking about Lotus. Well, she's Lotus. We don't know much about her yet. But we will! The only doors there are 3, 7, and 8. Then we add another person. Huh? Who? What, isn't that easy? 7. She was right. They added 7. 5 plus 6 plus 8 plus 7 equals 26. Becomes 2 plus 6 equals 8. Then the 4 of them can go through the number 8 door. But... Whoa, hold on a sec. What about the other 4? Why don't you add them up? That was simple enough. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10. Becomes 1 plus 0 equals 1. The digital root for those 4 would be 1. That's right. And you know the number 1 door isn't in the big hospital room, right? Of course I know that. No! Are you saying you'd leave them behind? Of course not. What kind of woman do you think I am? Once we get off the ship, we could come back and rescue them, couldn't we? And we wouldn't really be leaving them behind. Don't try to lie to us. I don't think you do anything of the sort. Really? Why do you think that? You remember, don't you? We have less than 5 hours left. Even if we manage to escape, there's no way we can come back and rescue them in less than 5 hours! Well, you never know until you try. No, you're not thinking this through. Even if we brought 7 with us, we wouldn't be able to get off the ship. The 4 of us couldn't open door 9. Okay, technically... okay, so technically Zero isn't saying this. This was actually on the thing that they all read. So this is actually Junpei speaking now. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. Yeah, that's right. The digital root for us 4 would be 8, so we'd have to add Ace to make 9. Right. Unless we bring Ace 2, we'll be stuck. Oda scratched the back of her ear. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. She didn't sound particularly bothered by what Junpei said. Nor did she seem particularly surprised. Well, let's try and find another way, okay? A way to get out of here with all 8 of us. That's impossible. Are you being serious? You do know that only 5 people at most can go through one of the numbered doors, right? The number 9 isn't going to be an exception to that rule. Regardless, at least 3 people will get left behind. You're right. That is true. The moment he said it, Junpei felt a chill run down his spine. It was true. How Lotus could remain cavalier about so terrifying a prospect was beyond him. When they found the number 9, they would have to choose which 3 of them would die. Lotus's forehead furrowed. Do you think I could have a moment alone? There are some things I need to think about. Junpei and June turned and began walking away from Lotus. Talking to her had left them feeling ill. Junpei's heart felt heavy and his steps sluggish. But, he told himself, pessimism would get them nowhere. So he forced himself to smile and turned to June. Let's just focus on finding Snake for now, okay? Okay, gone for real this time. Good night. Alright, good night, Omega! Sleep well! Hope to see you again soon. Yes, you're right. We can think about those other things later. Junpei nodded. Alright, where should we go next? Let's go take a look at the first class cabin. It's really close. They turned around and took off down the hallway to their left. Outside the first class cabin, they found Clover. She was standing in front of the wall. She was standing in front of the wall. She was staring at a meaningless point on the wall, her eyes blank. Are you alright? He did his best to sound friendly, but Clover didn't respond. Look, I know you're really worried, but, you can think of no words to say that didn't sound hollow and fake. Junpei hesitated. Clover was so consumed by worry and fear that Junpei feared it would crush her. Her actions didn't surprise him. She had suddenly lost her brother, who she seemed to have been very close to. Oh. Her voice was thin and barely audible. Alone. I said leave me alone! Suddenly, she was screaming. You're so annoying! Just go away and leave me alone! Just looking at you guys is pissing me off! Go away, okay? Just go somewhere else! Stop bothering me! Junpei was taken aback. Such anger and hate. June's eyes had gone wide with surprise as well. Why are you still here? Did you hear me? Fine, forget it. If you aren't gonna leave, then I'll just... All right, let's go, June. Yeah. They turned and left Clover. As they did, Junpei glanced back over her shoulder to see Clover wiping tears from her face. Clover had driven home the misery of their situation, but Junpei told himself that getting depressed would get him nowhere but depressed. For Clover's sake, they had to find Snake and fast. He did his best to push away the misery and depression and forced a smile. So, where do you think we should go next? How about the casino? Let's go take a look. They turned and headed off down the hallway to their right at a jog. There's no one there. They had no choice. Junpei and June turned around and headed to a different location. Let's go back downstairs and check out that hallway with all the doors. They took off at a run down the stairs. Ahead of them, farther down the hallway, they spotted Ace. Hey, Snake! Hey, Snake, where are you? Answer me if you're there! Junpei paused. With June in tow, Junpei jogged up to Ace. Hearing their footsteps, he turned to greet them. Ah, hello there. Snake is... well, that's obvious, isn't it? I assumed you haven't found him yet either. Junpei nodded. I really wonder where he could have gone. Well, wherever he's disappeared to, we must find him as quickly as can, for Clover's sake. Right. June's face looked kinda enraptured. By the way, do you think Clover and Snake are really siblings? Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Question seems somehow odd to Junpei. Oh, why? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? They don't look alike at all. Ace looked at him for a moment, and then spoke. Yes, now that you mention it, they don't. Now that you mention it? Still, there are a great many siblings who do not look like one another. It certainly isn't rare. Junpei wasn't sure why, or even if he was seeing what he thought he was, but he could have sworn that Ace's face tightened as he spoke. At any rate, we really must find Snake as soon as possible. The clock is ticking. We really can't afford to waste any time. Very well, let's get back to the search, shall we? You can leave this area to me. Alright. Let's go, Junpei. At June's urging, they left. They found themselves back at the stairs, but Junpei's mind was in turmoil. There is so much to think about, but no, it would have to be put aside for now. As Ace had said, finding Snake was their top priority. Junpei did his best to clear his mind. Alright, where should we go next? Why don't we go back to the big hospital room? Okay, let's go then. They turned and headed back toward the large hospital room. On their way to the large hospital room, Junpei and June noticed Santa standing next to the number 3 door. Junpei paused. Junpei and June walked up to Santa. What are you doing? What, you can't tell? I'm checking out the red. Why, is there something bothering you? What, it's not bothering you? Huh? The guts of this red. Why wouldn't you wonder who the hell put it back in here? Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm curious too, but who do you think did it? Santa's eyes narrowed as he looked at June. She shook her head. I don't know. Well, what about you, Junpei? Who do you think fixed this thing for us? Maybe there's someone else on this ship with us. You mean someone hiding here? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just an idea. And you're saying this mystery person fixed the reds? Yeah. Why? That's, I don't know. Santa shoved his hands into his pockets and cracked his knuckles. Seems unlikely. Why? I don't know, just a feeling. Hard to believe Zero would bring in a secret 10th player. I mean, the name of the game is the Nonary Game, for Christ's sake. You know what Nonary means, right? It means 9. No, that's not what I meant. I mean more like someone who's been living here for a long time. Or someone who, like, stayed here. Seriously? That's even more ridiculous. Why do you think Zero would leave them alone? Junpei furrowed his brow. So, in other words, one of us is the person who fixed the red. Santa grinned. Bingo. We have a winner. But if that's true, then the person who did it doesn't want the rest of us to know they fixed the red. Yeah. But why? No idea. Maybe if they come clean on that, it means we'd find out something else. Something bad. Something bad? Dunno. But whatever it is, it's gotta be worth hiding. Of course, it could have been something to do with Snake's disappearance. You think maybe they did something to Snake? It's not out of the question. Junpei stared at Santa. There was something about him that made Junpei wary. At first, he'd assumed the other man wasn't terribly clever, but Junpei was beginning to think he would need to reevaluate that assessment. When Santa spoke again, his voice was quiet. Look, you trust anybody in this game, you're gonna lose. You gotta be careful. The person you trust the most could turn out to be the one who stabs you in the back. With that depressing suggestion, he turned and quietly walked away. Junpei and June looked at one another and smiled awkwardly. They looked everywhere they could think of, but Snake was nowhere to be found. Lotus looked around at 6 frustrated faces and spoke. We can't keep looking for Snake. Wherever he is, it's not here. We need to get moving. Junpei couldn't disagree with what she was saying. Snake seemed to have completely disappeared. There was no point to wasting any more time. The others seemed to be having similar thoughts, but they stayed silent. Finally, Seven spoke. We don't got a choice. Lotus is right. We're not gonna find Snake. There's a problem, though. We've got to figure out who's gonna go through which door. Yes, I have a proposal. She walked back and forth across the floor, her heels clicking against the wood. Finally, she stopped. Why don't we decide on one person to sacrifice? Sacrifice? Well, perhaps that's a bit of a harsh word, but yes. You've all figured it out by now, haven't you? We can't all make it through those doors. If we split into 2 teams, 4 and 3 people respectively, 2 teams of 4 and 3 people respectively, then 3 people will be left behind. If we split into 2 teams of 5 and 2 people respectively, then 2 people will be left behind. But if we split into 2 groups of 3 and leave one person out, then only one person will be left behind. It wasn't pleasant, but she was right. There wasn't any way that the numbers worked out. If one group was 4, the other group would always have a digital route that didn't match a door. When Seven spoke, his voice was strained. Then you're saying we gotta decide who's gonna stay behind? Yes, we do. Given our circumstances, it's logically and morally the best solution. If the other 6 are to survive, then one person has to sacrifice themselves. No, that's too cruel! What's so cruel about it? To sacrifice someone like that? Then what's your plan? Maybe we should sacrifice 2 people instead of just 1. That's not what I meant! We shouldn't sacrifice anyone! I told you that's impossible. Wake up! Whoa, calm down, you 2. Santa stepped between Lotus and June. Look, what Lotus is trying to say is that you should aim to bring the greatest amount of happiness to the greatest amount of people, right? Exactly. That's how democracy works. And for that reason, I think it's the only fair way to decide who will be sacrificed is through a vote. What do you think? No, that's terrible. I'm not asking you. Shut up! What about you, Santa? Me? Well, I agree, I guess. Alright, that's 1 vote for. Counting mine, that's 2. 7. I can't say I agree with you, but we don't exactly have a choice. If we don't do something, we're all gonna die. Glad to see you get it. If I can get one more vote, then it's decided. What about you, Clover? Clover had moved away from the group and was sitting on one of the beds. Her whole body drooped. Junpei didn't know if she'd even heard Lotus's proposal. Lotus walked over to Clover and gently laid a hand on her shoulder. Your brother has to be behind one of the numbered doors. We searched everywhere, but we didn't find him. Doesn't that mean he has to have gone through one of them somehow? Clover slowly lifted her face. Let's go look for him together, okay? If we sacrifice one person, then we can go look for him. You agree with me, right? Clover nodded once. The motion carries. Lotus spun around and walked toward Junpei. Now, let's start a vote to... That won't be necessary. Ace had barely spoken for Lotus's entire speech, and everyone jumped a little. 6 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. He didn't seem to notice, or even care. I will stay. That should solve our problem, yes? Ace! What are you saying? No, you can't do that! That won't solve anything! June's voice shook. She looked around desperately for someone to agree with her. Ace simply looked at her. June, I'm afraid you may have misunderstood me. I said I would stay, but I never said I would sacrifice myself. Huh? I trust you, each and every one of you. I believe you'll come back for me. Whoa. There's optimistic and then there's just nuts. Those doors only go one way. You go in, you don't come out. If you go through them, you won't be able to return, correct? Yeah. True, but that will not be the case once you've escaped from the ship. What? Please, I beg you. Once you've escaped, come back and rescue me. Ideally within the time limit Zero has given us. No, that's ridiculous! There's no way we can get back in time. Finally, Junpei could hold his tongue no longer. We've only got 5 hours left. We don't even know where the hell we are. How on earth are we gonna find someone to come and rescue you? Then perhaps you would prefer to stay, and you would prefer to stay instead of me. Or perhaps you would be willing to leave June behind. Ace's voice was dignified and without a hint of cruelty or malice. Junpei had no rebuttal. You see, there's no other choice. Then I see we've come to our conclusion. Go on. Don't worry yourselves about me. Go, quickly! Junpei stood frozen by indecision, unable to move. June bit her lips so hard that Junpei feared she would break the skin. Santa stood against a wall, calm and aloof. Seven tore his beanie from his head and turned it over anxiously in his hands. Only Clover stared at Ace with an expression Junpei was unable to decipher. Lotus's attitude, however, was different from the others. Good. Let's accept his kind offer, then. She smiled, her eyes bright. Ace answered with a smile of his own. Good. I think this is the best for me. Perhaps I'll be able to take a nap. Perhaps it's my age, but I get tired so easily these days. As he spoke, Ace lowered himself down to the floor next to one of the beds. From somewhere deep in the ship, Junpei suddenly heard the screeching of metal on metal. It was almost as if the ship were screaming. Would it really hold until their time limit was up? Already, D-deck was flooded. In the sudden silence, the only sound was the sad metal wail of the ship. Unsurprisingly, it was Lotus who spoke first. Well, what are you waiting for? We're wasting time. Why don't we hurry it up? As if a spell had been broken, the others all began to talk at once. You're right. We should get going. That's all we can do right now. 7. Seriously. Honestly, I was getting kind of sick of listening to you guys talk. You too, 7? You too, Santa? I have to find my brother. Wait, all of you! Let's just calm down and think about this! There has to be a way to get everyone out. There has to be. Right, Junpei? Say something! Yeah, let's think. There's gotta be another way. His words sounded hollow and fake. Fine! Forget about it! I'll figure it out on my own! She spun around and ran toward Ace. He had slumped down next to the bed when June grabbed his arm and pulled. Come on, Ace, please stand up! You can't give up yet! We just have to sit down together and think about this. We'll figure out a way that we can all get out of here. Then it happened. Are you gonna head out and try to get some sleep? Sounds good. Yeah, sleep is good. Dodgers won. Yeah, let's go. So you can relax, enjoy the respite. They're going to the World Series. Let's go. Good for the Dodgers, man. And sleep well, Aiden. Have a good rest of your night in the stream. Yes, I will. I will probably be streaming for another like 25 minutes or something. I kind of want to try ending at the top of the hour, if possible. But I hope you have a good rest of the night. Ace fell forward. He slumped over onto the wooden floor, his body folded in half like a boxer out cold. Ace! June cried out and dropped to her knees beside him. She put an arm around his neck and did her best to lift him up. What happened, Ace? Say something! She shook him frantically. His eyes fluttered open. I'm alright. His voice was weak and slightly slurred. How are you fine? This. He held out his left arm and slowly opened his hand. It was a syringe and a small vial. The vial was empty. It had only recently been emptied. A few drops clung to the sides. There was a label taped to the side of the container. It read Soparil Beta. Soparil Beta? Junpei had no idea what it meant or what kind of medicine it might be. Did you use this? Yes. It's just anesthetic. I'll be fine. Anesthetic? Found it earlier while we were searching hospital rooms. I thought I might be useful. Didn't think I'd be using it on myself. Why did you do this? Didn't I tell you? I'd like to take a nap. I really am very tired. Junpei knew that wasn't why he'd done it. Ace had injected himself with anesthetic to forestall Junpei and June's attempts to bring him along. If he couldn't move, there was nothing they could do. He'd injected himself so they would be forced to leave him behind. Ace! Hmm? Is there something you want to say? I just like to sleep a little. Could you keep it down? No! Don't, Ace! Don't fall asleep! I feel warm. So comfortable. I think I'll have a nice dream. Ace's eyelids drooped further and further, almost as though he were dying. Ace! Ace! She shook his shoulder again and again, but this time he didn't respond. Only the gentle rising and falling of his chest told him he was alive. Junpei was relieved to see he was, in fact, still breathing. He lifted Ace up off the floor and laid him on the bed he'd been leaning against. When Junpei turned around, Lotus gave him a look of pity. Well, we really don't have a choice now. We can't let a sacrifice go to waste. Right? She wasn't feeling any remorse, Junpei was sure of that. Still, he held no grounds upon which to oppose her. It felt wrong, but he had to agree. And suddenly, Santa spoke. Yeah, but we're not done choosing yet, are we? Huh? What do you mean? Well, we haven't decided who's going in what door. Ah, yes, that's true. Well, enough of this screwing around. Let's decide. You first, Lotus. Which door do you want? I want door 8. It's the same number as my bracelet number. Got it. You're 8. You're next, 7. Which one do you want? I'll take 7. I can't get along with that old lady. What? What did you just say? Her face distorted by rage, Lotus took a step towards 7. He threw up his hands and made a face that like a child caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Ugh, you're going to get it next time. She shot him a glare that would have melted steel, then turned and stalked off. Alright, who's next? Santa's glaze moved across the 3 people left. Finally, they stopped on Junpei. Junpei, which door do you want? At last. Junpei's mind was already made up. Ooh, the World Series starts on Friday? Let's go. Okay, okay. Cool, cool. In that case, better get prepared for Friday. Yeah, better get prepared for that Friday then. All right. Any objections to any doors? Or like any votes for any doors? If there are no votes, I'll just choose at random, actually. That's not a D3. A 1. Okay, no votes, so I'll just go with door 3. I want to go through door number 3. No, you can't. Huh? Why? Because it's impossible. If we split ourselves into 3 and 3, then we give up on going through door 3. Why? The bracelet numbers for the 6 of us are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. There are 2 combinations that can go through door 3 with 3 people. 3, 4, 5, or 6, 7, 8. That's it. Of course, 2 teams can't go through the same door. I see. That means 1 team would get left behind. That's right. That doesn't happen if we go through door 7 or 8. Doesn't that happen if we go through door 7 or 8? No, they're fine. We've got 3 options. Santa began to explain. Plan A. Go through door 7 with 3, 5, 8. And go through door 8, 4, 6, 7. Plan B. Go through door 7 with 4, 5, 7. And go through door 8 with 3, 6, 8. Plan C. Go through door 7 with 3, 6, 7. And go through door 8 with 4, 5, 8. Those are the only 3 options. That's it. At least if we want to get all 6 of us out of here. That was when Junpei realized. Plan A divides into 2 teams. 3, 5, 8, and 4, 6, 7. Plan B divides into 2 teams. 4, 5, 7, and 3, 6, 8. Plan C divides into 2 teams. 3, 6, 7, and 4, 5, 8. There was one thing they all had in common. In every single combination, 5 and 6 were never on the same team. In other words, if all 6 people were to move forward, Junpei and Jun would be separated. Jun and Junpei had been friends when they were kids. He trusted her more than anyone else on the ship. If he chose 7 or 8, he'd be taken away from her. Was that something he was prepared to do? Anyway, that's the deal, so think it over. We've got 2 choices, 7 or 8. You can't choose 3. If you choose 3, you're going to be leaving 3 people behind to die. So what are you going to do? 7 or 8? Time to choose. Junpei thought hard. Well, we already chose that. Sorry, Santa, but I still want to go through door 3. What? That's nuts! You gotta be crazy! Why the hell are you so obsessed with that door? I'm just... Junpei paused. He swallowed the words he'd been about to say. I'm just curious about door 3, that's all. That doesn't explain shit! I've got a reason. I'd be happy to explain it to you if you'll just come with me. With that, he began walking toward the door. Their curiosity likely getting the better of them, the others followed. A few of them looked a little suspicious, but Junpei told himself that wouldn't matter. He kept walking and kept silent. Eventually, they arrived at the number 3 door. Junpei stopped. I'm curious about the red. 7, would you mind authenticating for me? Huh? Why? Please, just do it. He stared at Junpei for a moment, then grunted and laid his palm heavily on the scanner.
Happy?
Yeah, thanks. Number 7 had been entered into the red. Next is June. Please touch to the red just like 7 did. Junpei, what are you trying to figure out? Junpei thought about his answer for a moment. I think I might have found another way out. Huh? What? Really? That got them excited. Just as Junpei had intended. Now, please, June. Okay. 7 plus 6 equals 13. Becomes 1 plus 3 equals 4. With those two numbers in the red, Junpei had what he wanted. He casually placed his own hand on the scanner and the third asterisk blinked on. 4 plus 5 equals 9. Alright. The only people who haven't authenticated now are Santa, Clover, and Lotus. So, what's your point? You don't get it? Think about it. What's the sum of your number and Clover's? 12. And what's the digital root of that? 3. Which is Santa's number. By the way, Lotus, what's the number that's currently in the red? 6. 7 plus 6 plus 5 equals 18. It would be 9, right? Yes. And what would the digital root be if you add 3 to that? 3. The door's number. There you go. Hey, wait a minute! What the hell are you up to? I'm not up to anything. I'm just waiting. Waiting for what? I'm waiting for the balance to shift. Santa. Or Lotus and Clover. Once one of you moves, the others won't have a choice. So I'm waiting. Junpei laid his hand almost casually on the lever. You son of a bitch! You tricked us! And all that stuff you're going on about is all bullshit! Bullshit? I don't think so. Didn't I tell you I'd figured out another way to get out of here? This is it. Why the hell would you do something like this? Junpei glanced at June. Junpei, you did this just so you can go through the same door as June? That's it? Santa was furious. His face was red and flecks of spit blew from his lips as he spoke. Junpei closed his eyes calmly and then opened them again. So, who's it going to be? Santa? Or Lotus and Clover? Shit! We're going! Clover! Lotus leapt forward. She grabbed Clover by the sleeve and ran for Junpei and the door. Caught by surprise, Santa froze for a moment, and shot forward like a bullet from a gun. Lotus had a head start, but Santa had the advantage in size and speed. Almost immediately, he passed Lotus and Clover. No! Wait! Santa did not hesitate. Arrgh! He slammed his hand down on the red. This is insane! This isn't right! He glared at Junpei, his chest heaving. Yes, well, you may be right. Junpei's voice was cold, but not without effort. He turned to the red and pulled the lever. With the sound of metal on metal, the door opened. It would only remain so for 9 seconds. There was no time to think. Go! Junpei and his 3 reluctant companions jumped into the door's gaping mouth, one after the other. No sooner did they enter than an all too familiar noise sounded from their left wrists. The detonators had activated. Junpei looked back only once and saw Lotus and Clover on the other side of the closing door. They stood still, stopped where they had been when Santa reached the red. The defeat and desperation on their faces tore at Junpei's heart. Then the door closed, and they were gone. You son of a bitch, Junpei! This isn't fair! Santa rounded on Junpei, lightning crackling in his eyes and his knuckles white. Do you realize what you just did? Did you leave them out there and they can't... Shut it! That's enough! It hadn't been Junpei that spoke, but 7. You gotta find the dead or none of this is gonna matter! The clock was ticking. The dead was their only chance at survival. Unless they could find it and deactivate their detonators, the 4 of them would be. We've got less than a minute left!
No time for screwing around! Get moving!
They scattered and began to scour the room. The deactivation device was nowhere to be found. Corridors stretched out in 3 directions, but every one was blocked off by a wall of metal. There was only one way out. One other door.
There!
Seven ran for the door, a rusty iron thing. His large hands grabbed hold of the handle and pulled. The room inside was pitch black. They could see nothing beyond the small patch of light that spilled through the doorway. Junpei stuck his head through the door and looked around the room. Almost immediately, he spotted the blinking red light on the right wall.
I found it! The dead's right over here!
He stepped into the room and nearly fell down. The floor was slippery.
What?
He stopped and glanced down at his feet.
What was... Hey, what the hell are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Get over there!
Junpei felt Seven's heavy hand against his back and stumbled across the room. The other 3 piled in behind him. They all felt immediately that something was wrong. Nothing that could be easily identified, but only a sense that something terrible had shared the room with them. But there was no time to say so.
Quick! Get to the dead!
They all started running. In the dark, it was hard to tell where the wall was. All they could see was the tiny red light blinking at them over and over and over. Then finally, suddenly, they were there. In quick succession, they all slammed their hands against the scanner panel. Seven leaned against the wall, gulping air. As his breathing began to return to normal, he glanced at his left wrist and grunted.
It stopped! It stopped!
Junpei could hear him laughing in the dark, but could barely make out the larger man's face.
What the...
The sound of retching came from Santa's direction.
What the hell is the smell? This is vile! I'm gonna puke!
So desperate had they been in their race to the dead that no one had noticed the horrible smell that pervaded the room. It was a terrible, nauseating stench, like burnt and rotten meat. Adrenaline had drowned it out, but now it rolled over into Junpei in waves, forcing itself into his nose with every breath he took. He felt his stomach clench and bile rise up in his throat.
Let's get on the lights first. There's a switch over here.
The light that spilled in from the door barely illuminated a small switch plate next to the door. Slowly, with the toll of the last few minutes apparent in his gait, Seven walked forward to it. He stopped as he got close and extended his fingers toward the switch. There was a soft click as the lights came on, and it scarcely faded when another noise pierced the air. A scream. Yeah! I can't even do that. Sorry. Junpei's breath stopped in his throat. His heart ceased to beat. Time froze. His mind scrambled to make sense of what he saw before him. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh, torn from the body, sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. A vast, ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall, even as they dried to it.
Looks like an explosion.
Seven's voice was low and strained.
Just like the ninth man. The detonator's bracelet set off the bomb in his gut.
It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces. Perfect time to come back. Oh yeah, you right, Peggle, you right. Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it to look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce.
His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the gray slacks. They were all familiar to Junpei. Is that Snake? Santa's voice wavered as he spoke, his mouth dry. Oh my god. Finally, Junpei spoke. Why did this happen?
I'm not even gonna try. She says a big no. I'm not even gonna try. I can't make a girl's voice. I'm sorry.
Suddenly, June was screaming, her voice broken. It was an eerie scream, full of insanity and not entirely human.
No! No! No!
She shook her head violently and grabbed fistfuls of her own hair. Junpei could hear the sound of hair tearing. No! Stop it, June! He grabbed her wrist, but as he did, June leapt up and ran toward the exit.
Please! Get me out of here! You have to let me out of here!
She screamed at the door and her fist slammed against it with a hollow sound. Junpei could see drops of blood on her knuckles.
Why are you doing these horrible things to us? What did we do to deserve this?
She screamed again, a desperate, mindless cry. Her fist flailed against the door.
Get me out of here! Please! Please just let me out!
Junpei couldn't watch anymore. He ran to June and wrapped his arm around her, pulling the screaming girl away from the door.
No! Get off of me! Let me go! Let me go!
She scrambled for a moment, her legs skittering across the floor, but her resistance didn't last long. As suddenly as her outburst had begun, it was over. The manic energy disappeared, and her body went limp in Junpei's arms. June collapsed on the floor. Junpei knelt down with her. He felt drops of something warm and wet. Was she crying? A moment later, she began to sob. Her shoulders shook, and great hot tears rolled down her face like rain. We're gonna be fine. It's gonna be alright, June. It's gonna be okay, Connie. Her name was a whisper. I'll be here with you, okay? She nodded once. Thank you. Thank you so much, Junpei. Her trembling voice pulled at Junpei's heart. He stroked her hair gently. His face was so close to her. The scent of her hair was nostalgic. Do you feel better? Yes. But I'd like to stay here. For a little while, at least. Junpei's body is so warm. Several minutes passed before June's tears had dried. Junpei stood up. He bent down, put his arms under June's, and helped her to her feet. They didn't speak. Neither did Seven or Santa. A person was dead. They had died in that room in a terrible way. Junpei knew that there was no way he could make himself forget that. There was no way any of them could forget it, but mourning would do no good. They spread out to search the room, but each felt as if their heart was made of lead. Oh, hey, we're doing an escape room now.
So yeah, I think that might be a good time to end it, actually, because, hey, it's midnight. It's been 4 hours. I think that's a good time to end it. So thank you, everybody, for coming. This is great. It was great. It was great seeing everybody. My goodness. I love Mochi story time. It's perfect. It's so nice. It's so nice. Thank you, everyone. All right, let's see. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Who do I rate? Do I rate Candy or Decrety? You know, I'll rate Decrety. I have not rated her in a while. And I think I rated Candy last, or was one of the. I think I rated Candy before rating Decrety. So you know what? Out of a sense of balance. Thank you for watching, everybody. This was a lot of fun. It's nice going through this again. God dang! Like hot diddly dang, man. I love it. So yeah, I would like to get more of this done for, you know, like during spooky month, you know. So, you know, so hopefully I can get another one of these in sooner rather than later, and I bet next time we will get one of the endings, and all the gruesomeness that's gonna happen from that, probably. Surely the next one is not gonna be good. Surely the ending is not gonna be good, right? Like there's no way, right? So, but hey. We'll see. We'll see. But until then, I will see y'all later. Might do another stream for practice in the meantime. And on Thursday, there will definitely be some PSL commentary that I want to do. Or is that Tuesday? I think it might be Tuesday. One of those 2 days. Well, anyway, regardless, you'll see me again soon with some spoon in some capacity, so I'll see y'all later. I'll say it to Decrety, alright? It's playing Pokemon Unite. I'll see y'all later. Right? I love you. Bye-bye! Toodles!